Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Arizona.
Washington, D.C., the D-backs set for the 9th game of this 10-game, 3-city road trip so far against the Nationals. A split of the first 2 games of this 4-game series. And a win tonight on Jason Worth Chia Pet Night assures a winning record on the trip. And the Diamondbacks will turn to Ruby De La Rosa to face Washington lefty Gio Gonzalez. It's the D-backs in D.C. on a beautiful night here in the nation's capital. Diamondbacks baseball set to go on Fox Sports Arizona. And good afternoon from Nationals Park. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthune, Bob Brenly along the way on, here it is, Jason Worth Chia Pet Night. Do with that what you will. Over the weekend in Houston, Bob, Chip Hale was upset about a lack of energy from his ball club, but in the first 2 games of the series, they've been full of energy. Comebacks, home runs, everything.
Yeah, getaway day in Houston, a less than inspired effort, and Chip had a meeting with the ball club, explained exactly what it is he expects to see on a daily basis, and the Diamondbacks really responded. 4 home runs in the first game of this series. And then last night, down 3 runs to Max Scherzer, one of the best pitchers in the game. They mount a comeback and tie the game. Ultimately, they end up losing the ball game, but a lot more energy, a lot more life. Now, if we could just get some of the bats going.
Well, a very intriguing pitching matchup tonight. Ruby De La Rosa for the Diamondbacks and the veteran Gio Gonzalez for the Nationals. Wellington Castillo back behind the plate. What a road trip he's in.
Yeah, yesterday he chowed down on Beef Wellington. Tonight he's hoping to chow down on the Nationals pitching staff. He has been some kind of hot. We've talked about it over the last week. He's all dinged up, strained hamstring. He's been hit on the elbow a couple of times, hit on the hand another times. Numerous foul balls behind the plate. But this is as good as we've seen Wellington Castillo, and that is really saying something.
Third of a 4-game series. The Diamondbacks and the Nationals dealing De La Rosa on the mound against Gio Gonzalez. First pitch is on the way here on Fox Sports Arizona. Washington, D.C., the Diamondbacks begin play tonight 3 under 500 for the year and looking to win their 6th game on this 10-game trip with 2 more to play here in Washington before it's home to Chase Field over the weekend. Arizona Ford starting pitcher for the Nationals, 29-year-old left-hander Gio Gonzalez, his 20th start of the year. For a scouting report, here's CO on Gio.
Just from watching him, you know, fastball, changeup, curveball, and we're about to have our meeting about him. But you know, looks he comes right after you. You know, I likes his fastball, and he's got a decent changeup. So just gonna have to stand that heater and you know, get the ball up off that changeup.
Gio Gonzalez 8-4 at 3.75, but he's pitched much better than that. Lately unbeaten in his last 6 starts.
Yeah, he's a guy that generally doesn't get deep into the ball game and will occasionally have issues with his command. His last start against the Mets, he only went 4 2/3, gave up 4 hits and 1 run, but totally lost his command in his last inning of work to the point where Matt Williams had to go get him.
Yeah, he has walked 3 or more batters 8 times in 19 starts this year. 4 bases on balls and 4 2/3 in that start at the Mets last Friday. Gabe Morales is our plate umpire tonight. Ender Inciarte steps in. We are set for baseball. Glad you're with us here on Fox Sports Arizona from Nationals Park in Washington, D.C. And Ender takes strike 1 with Yunel Escobar in on the grass at third. Inciarte, 289 and 3 home runs. Very comfortable 87 degrees at first pitch. Right back to the mound. Low throw, but Zimmerman has it. Quickly, that's 1 out. The lineup for Chip Hale's Diamondbacks tonight.
Ender Inciarte once again at the top of the order. He'll be out in left field tonight with A.J. Pollock in center. Paul Goldschmidt at first base. Wellington Castillo cleaning up. Aaron Hill at third base tonight. Yasmani Tomas back in the lineup in right field. Chris Owens and Nick Ahmed make up the double play combo at second and short, and right-hander Ruby De La Rosa on the mound.
So David Peralta and Jake Lamb both sit out against the left-hander Gonzalez, so there's strike 1 to A.J. Pollock. A.J. 302 and 11 home runs. A.J. last night 0 for 4. He's 1 for 7 in the series. Gonzalez reaches out and snares that one and then throws it over Zimmerman's head. He almost threw it away, tried to, but a nice recovery there by the former Gold Glove third baseman, now playing first in Washington.
It's a little bit of overcompensation there. The first one he nearly threw in the dirt, so he decides he's not going to throw it low this time. Throws it over the head of Ryan Zimmerman, who has to come off the bag and then get back on it in time to get A.J. Pollock. That's amazing. Guy throws a baseball for a living.
Some throws are more difficult than others, apparently. Here's a guy who hits it for a living, Paul Goldschmidt.
It's been a little bit of a struggle for Goldie lately. Hopefully facing Gio Gonzalez will get him going. On May 13th against Gio, he was 3 for 3 with a double and a triple.
He leads Bryce Harper by 5 points for the National League batting title. But 0 for 4 last night with 4 strikeouts, and we are watching Goldie go through what is statistically the worst stretch of his career. 0 for 15 with 9 strikeouts. And he was swinging and missing at some very hittable pitches last night. Right in the happy zone. And he's down quickly 0-2. Off Gonzalez's glove. Rendon behind the bag at second has no play. Loses his footing. And Goldie's aboard.
Yeah, sometimes it's a line drive that snaps you out of a funk. Sometimes it's a ground ball that the second baseman can't make a play on up the middle of the field. Hopefully that'll get Goldie going a little bit, get him back involved in the offense, running the bases. That's one thing that kind of goes unnoticed. When you're in a slump and you're not getting on base, you strike out 9 of 15 at bats. I mean, even for a guy like Goldie, who is the man in this offense, you start to feel left out. I'm not even part of the game anymore. Not getting on base, not scoring any runs. Hopefully that'll get him jump started.
In the cleanup spot tonight, Wellington Castillo. Goldie takes off first pitch. Here's the throw from Lobaton. And it's not in time. Stolen base number 18 for Paul Goldschmidt.
Must feel good to be back on base, huh?
He really wants to get involved.
Just takes off on first movement, a quick peek back to home plate, and once again a perfect pop-up slide out there at second base. Foot hits the bag. He comes up out of his slide, ready to go to third.
Lobaton is Gio Gonzalez's personal catcher.
He's the Gio whisperer.
Gotta have one, right?
Well, there's that aspect of it. He seems to be able to get Gio back into the strike zone at least a little more often than other catchers have for the Nationals, but also he's really good at receiving pitches at the bottom of the strike zone. Talk about framing pitches. Most of the time you assume it's on the corners, but a lot of times if a guy's a sinker ball pitcher and you can make that low pitch look good, you can steal a lot of strikes that way.
Wilson Ramos is, however, much better at throwing out attempted base stealers, so you can apparently run on Lobaton.
He's thrown out 28% on the season. Not great, not bad. But Gio Gonzalez can be a little slow to the plate with that high leg kick.
Goldie at second, 2 outs, 1-2 on Beef Wellington.
Yeah, if you're a backup catcher and one of your pitchers kind of wants to pick you as a valet catcher, you hope he's a guy that's really quick to home plate.
You need all the help you can get. Just inside there. Gonzalez thought he had it, started walking back into the dugout, but it's 2-2. Gabe Morales behind the plates. We've seen that called a strike in this series, certainly. Castillo grounded out in a 9th inning pinch hit appearance last night. He homered when he started Monday's game here. Take a look at the Nationals around Gio Gonzalez, our mid-first bank starting defense for Washington.
Well, the human chia pet, Jason Worth out in left field, Michael Taylor in center, Bryce Harper over in right field. It'll be Escobar and Danny Espinosa tonight on the left side of the infield with Rendon and Zimmerman on the right side. We mentioned Jose Lobaton doing the catching for left-hander Gio Gonzalez.
Goldie at second after his 18th stolen base. That ties his career high, set 3 years ago. That's a called strike three. The first strikeout for Gonzalez, and he strands Goldschmidt at second. Jason Worth, Chia Pets. These are a very hot item here in the nation's capital. Bottom one coming up. Games out of a wild card spot in the National League. Nationals on the outside of the playoff picture and looking in as well. So an important ball game for both teams tonight. We've seen Gio Gonzalez. Here's your Arizona Ford starting pitcher for the Diamondbacks, Ruby De La Rosa, unbeaten in his last 3 starts. Here's Chip Hill.
He's using that two-seamer way more effectively. He just needs, on the left-handed hitters, he needs to keep it down. When it's up, it's very hittable. So when it's down, he can get easy ground ball outs.
And that's what you're looking for. Ruby this year, he's put up about 3 strikeouts for every base on balls. Tonight he looks for his 9th win in 22 starts.
Yeah, and the increased use of that two-seamer has really led to some easy innings for Ruby De La Rosa. Early in the season, he really had to work hard. You see, he was only using that sinker about 9% of the time. It's jumped up to 20% of the time from June until August, and you see the ground ball rate goes up accordingly.
Lunel Escobar, a leadoff home run last night against Patrick Corbin. His 2nd homer in 3 games, and he leads it off in the home half of the first. And he drives another one to center. A.J. Pollock backing up, and it's over his head. Deep into that center field corner, and Escobar has a leadoff double. That's his 4th hit in this series.
I want to suggest not throwing a first pitch fastball to Lunel Escobar to start the ball game. He is ready to ambush that opposing pitcher. The first delivery of the game, this one to straightaway center field. AJ kind of got turned around a little bit out there. Ball was hit harder than he anticipated, chasing it all the way back to the 402 mark.
So Escobar right away in scoring position. Here's Anthony Rendon.
Ruby's last time out against the Astros, you could call it a typical Ruby De La Rosa outing. He pitched 6 innings, gave up 8 hits, 5 of those in 1 inning, all 4 runs scored in 1 inning. It was really effective other than 1 inning when he gave up a couple of long balls.
Behind on Rendon, 2-0. Anthony Rendon, 276 and 1 homer. He's got just 1 hit in the series, a single. He's 1 for 7. He's been hit by a pitch. Reno.
Trouble lurking.
A double and a base on balls to open things up. And we showed you the numbers from Ruby Friday in Houston. 6 innings, 4 runs, 8 hits, couple of home runs. The numbers that you really don't like from that last start. Not just the home runs, but the fly balls. He had 11 fly balls hit versus 10 grounders, and he's been a much more consistent ground ball pitcher lately, so a bit of a step backward, Bob, in that regard last time.
Yeah, and you heard his manager, Chip Hale, talking about it, especially against the left-handed hitters. Just could not get the ball down at the bottom of the strike zone. That's when he's at his most effective, and when he left him up over the heart of the plate, they got hit hard in that 1 inning.
Well, you can't afford to do that against this guy. 2 on, nobody out for Bryce Harper. .330 right behind Goldie in a league leading 29 home runs. He leads the major leagues in OPS. And we've talked a lot about the Goldie Harper MVP 1-2 matchup in this series. Well, Harper is 2 for 7 in the series so far. And right now, after the Goldie single, those 2 are just 3 for 15. So that has not really played out. And Harper yesterday took batting practice on the field, which is kind of a big deal, something he doesn't usually do, and launched a whole bunch of moonshots into the 3rd deck, but no signs of Harper during Nationals batting practice here today. Back underneath.
They ran out of baseballs for him to take BP on the field. At least in the cage, they stay right there.
He was hitting them up above that Jackie Robinson sign there. Several rows back in the third deck in the right field corner. 1-1 pitch. Here's the lineup for Matt Williams Nationals tonight.
Yunel Escobar at the top. He'll be at third base with Anthony Rendon at second. Bryce Harper at the plate now. He'll be out in right field. Ryan Zimmerman at first. Jason Worth out in left. Danny Espinosa at shortstop today instead of Ian Desmond. Jose Lobaton doing the catching. Michael A. Taylor out in center field, and lefty Gio Gonzalez on the mound.
On a gorgeous night here in Washington, D.C. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Missed away, and it's 2-2 at 96. No weather delays here tonight. Harper's hit safely in 4 straight games and 12 of his last 13. Two is in the seats. Look at the Diamondbacks defensively. Our mid-first bank starting defense has Manny Tomas back out there in right.
Yeah, Inciarte in left, Pollock in center. Tomas hopefully get his bat going. That would be a big assistance to the D-backs offensively. Aaron Hill at third, Nick Ahmed at short, Chris Owings at second, Goldie over at first base with Wellington Castillo doing the catching for Ruby De La Rosa.
Another 2-2. .97 from Ruby, and he just does get a piece of it.
This guy has one of the quickest bats in all of baseball. Velocity does not intimidate him in the least.
Well, there was a pitch when the Dodgers were here last. Kenley Jansen was in late in the ball game throwing 99, and Harper turned on it like it was a hanging changeup. Hit it about 500 feet. It's full 3-2. These two have seen each other before. May 12th, a chase.
Yeah, Harper reaching out there and hooking a changeup that was on the outside corner of the plate out near the RamTrucks.com pool area. Ruby couldn't believe it. That's not a ball that normally gets hit out of the ballpark. Of course, this is not your run-of-the-mill average left-handed hitter.
Escobar, the runner at second, Rendon at first. Nobody out. 3-2 to Bryce Harper. They walked him. Back-to-back walks out, loaded the bases for Ryan Zimmerman. Last night, the Nationals 4 straight base hits to open up the ball game against Patrick Corbin. And now here tonight, the first 3 have reached. Nobody out. Against Ruby De La Rosa, it's Ryan Zimmerman. 213 and 7 homers. He's homered twice in his last 6 games. Ball 1. Zimmerman has a pair of hits in this series, including his home run Monday. He's also walked twice and scored twice. 14 pitches for Ruby, only 5 strikes.
We've seen a lot of unusual defensive alignments on this road trip, especially down in Houston, but Diamondbacks employing a little bit of a shift in the outfield. Ender Inciarte and A.J. Pollock kind of bunching that gap in left center field, giving Ryan Zimmerman a lot of line down in that left field corner.
1-0 pitch is popped up. Castillo gives it a look behind the plate, and he's got a play. Hang on there, Welly. There it is. Nope, it hit the fence.
Yeah, I think it hit the screen up high.
Gabe Morales quickly waving that one off. It hit the backstop. Chip Hale out here.
As soon as it hits the netting, it becomes a dead ball. Tracking it all the way back there to the backstop. You see he's ready to make the catch, and I think because it deflected off the screen, he miscaught that ball. He managed to hang on to it, but
yeah, it doesn't look like it hit the screen on the way down.
But once it did hit the screen, it became a dead ball.
You can see him indicating there that you pressed it up against that screen, and you can't do that. So Zimmerman has his second life here with a 1-1 count. Fly ball right field. Yasmani Tomas is under it. Escobar is at third. And here we go. The throw from Tomas is offline. There's the RBI for Zimmerman. It's 1-0 Nationals. Rendon moves up to third.
It looked like Tomas may have had a chance on that ball, but right out of his hand, you could clearly see that throw was going to be offline. Escobar scores easily. Wellington steps up to intercept that throw, so the runner at first, Bryce Harper, had to stay there, keeping the double play in order.
They're on the corners with one out. Rendon at third, Harper at first. And on Jason Worth Chia Pet night, here he is.
Yeah, he was clean shaven when he got to the ballpark. They poured a little water in his head, and look what popped out.
Watch my beard grow. Chia. Worth at 205, couple of home runs, 1 for 5 in the series. He looks like a Chia Pet. And for whatever reason, when they have a Jason Worth giveaway item here this year, or in the last several years, it's a big deal. A big hairy deal, pardon the pun. The place is full tonight.
Yeah, Wednesday night, full house.
They had a Jason Worth garden gnome last night, and the whole town went crazy for those things. 1-1.
I actually ran into a family down on the concourse earlier today. The young man, probably about 8 or 9 years old, was dressed as the Jason Worth garden gnome. Had the pointy hat on, and got a Rendon gnome night coming up. Yeah, they really get into it. This guy's one of those characters that the city really seems to have adopted.
There you go. Chia Worth. Ruby's ahead 1-2. Another fly ball out to Tomas. This time it's Rendon at third. And here we go again. Another throw from Yasmani. Harper moves up, the run scores, and it's 2-0.
Opportunity for Yasmani Tomas. This time he airmails it way over Paul Goldschmidt. That gives Bryce Harper a free rein to advance on to second base as Rendon scores easily.
Well, Ruby, this season we've saw this much earlier in the year, a lot actually. A rough first inning. He had bases loaded, nobody out so far, 2 runs in. Harper at second now with 2 down for Danny Espinosa. Espinosa in there at short tonight in place of the slumping Ian Desmond. First pitch swinging, pops it up left hand side near the seats. Aaron Hill gives it a look, but it's out of play. Espinosa's got some pop. You have to watch out here. 249 and 10 home runs. He has played all over the field for Matt Williams this year. The Nationals have had injuries all over the field. Started a lot at second when Rendon was hurt. He's filled in at third when Escobar was nicked up a bit. He's played some first base while Zimmerman was out. And he's played, like tonight, some games at short for the slumping Desmond. But now that they have all those guys back, Espinosa almost through osmosis here has become a super utility guy. He's had to play everywhere, and now he's a valuable guy off that bench for Matt Williams.
He's a dirtbag. Went to Long Beach State University. 21 home runs a few years ago back in the 2011 season for the Nats. They like his power. He's never been a high average hitter, but his versatility really has slotted in well for the Nationals this year.
He will strike out a lot. He has always been a guy who punches out. He led the league in strikeouts 3 years ago. Last year he struck out more than 33% of the time he was up there. Now he has cut down on that this year. It's about 23% this season. But he is not particularly a good 2-strike hitter. Gets a piece of that one to stay alive.
Watching him set up in that left-handed batter's box, very upright, wide open stance, holding the bat high behind his back shoulder. He kind of reminds you of former National Adam LaRoche, the first baseman. Very similar stance in that left-handed batter's box.
He is a switch hitter. He's much better from the right-hand side. In fact, during spring training, they had him bat exclusively right-handed to try and almost give up on switch hitting. But it just didn't feel right for him, so he's back hitting left-handed against right-handers.
When you've gone years without seeing a breaking ball coming at you and then breaking over the heart of the plate, that's a tough adjustment to go back to. I mean, that's the biggest advantage for a switch hitter, is you don't have to deal with that breaking ball going away from you. Every breaking pitch is going to be coming into you.
Last year he hit about 180 as a left-hand hitter.
Ooh, pickoff play on at second base right there. Man, they had Bryce Harper almost halfway to third base that time as the ball was fouled out of play.
Bob Henley coaching at third.
Here's the pitch before when Espinosa fouled the ball out of play. You see the big lead by Harper at second. Nick Ahmed was coming in behind, and Castillo was ready to throw. But the ball fouled straight back, taking the pickoff play out of the equation.
Already a 26 pitch first for Ruby. And the bullpen is already taxed. Zach Godley was assigned to AA Mobile today. Alan Webster called up from Reno to get a fresh arm back there in that bullpen. Diamondbacks have had several short outings from their starters this turn through the rotation, and Josh Coleminter has been outstanding in long relief, but he needs a break. Just inside, 2-2, 98. This was the roster move today. Zach Godley is still here. He's been optioned to Mobile, but he is still with the Diamondbacks, and they're worried about his innings. He's already thrown twice as many as he did last year in the Cubs organization. Alan Webster, who had a very good start at El Paso his last time out with the Aces, recalled from Reno. He's back in the bullpen. 2-2.
Well, you mentioned the Josh Colmenter outing after the short outing by Patrick Corbin. Patrick only went an inning in the third. Josh Colmenter came in, ate up 3 2/3, gave up only 1 base hit, did not allow the Nationals to score.
He was tremendous last night, and that's after he threw 76 pitches Saturday in Houston.
And Andrew Chafin should be pointed out as well. He came in relief of Josh and threw 2 innings of hitless, scoreless baseball.
9th pitch of the at-bat right here. Lifts it out to Ender Inciarte in left. And the bottom of the first finally ends for Ruby De La Rosa. It's 2-0 Washington. Discussion to be had with your catcher and your pitching coach.
It's been an ongoing thing all season from Mike Harkey, whether it's Ruby De La Rosa or Chase Anderson or Robbie Ray. You know, if you notice something and you feel it's a thing that can be corrected, you have to address it right away. If you wait till after the ball game, a lot of times guys will forget.
Yeah.
First inning, what did I do in the first inning? I don't even remember. Address it right away when it's still fresh in their minds. Present possible alternatives to what went wrong and get back out there and get after it.
Well, considering the Nationals had bases full, nobody out, it's only 2-0. And Aaron Hill leads off the second, so it could have been a lot worse. Aaron, 214 and 4 home runs. Aaron getting the start at third base tonight against the lefty Gio Gonzalez. No Lamb, no Peralta in the starting lineup. You see Yasmani Tomas on deck. He'll be next. He's out there in right. And Aaron Hill ahead 3-0. Gonzalez will quickly, as we mentioned earlier, work himself back into trouble, just as we saw Ruby De La Rosa do in that bottom of the first.
Well, you really have to be patient, really zone him in, make him throw strikes.
0-4. Gabe Morales not biting on that one, a leadoff walk.
Kind of unusual, a pitch that close to the strike zone. It wasn't in the strike zone, but it was close. Normally 3-0. Those are called strikes to keep the at bat going.
Oh yeah, Yasmani, I expect a big night. He's got the knock socks. 294 and 6 home runs. Yasmani hit into a double play as a pinch hitter Monday. He did not play last night. Gonzalez 5 straight balls to open up the second. Tomas 0 for 4, a couple of strikeouts in his last start. That was Sunday in Houston. He has struck out 31 times in his last 83 at bats. And the contact has not been there as consistently as we saw earlier in the year.
Hey fans, when the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. A day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code DBACKS50 at papajohns.com.
A close one there, and it's a strike 1 and 2. Gio Gonzalez will lose the strike zone and extend those pitch counts. He can often fall behind hitters and be a bit of a bullpen killer. And so far, a leadoff walk as Aaron Hill at first. Gonzalez in these situations has learned to pitch to contact much more often. His ground ball rate is way up this year. He used to be a 4-seam fastball guy, trying to just blow everybody away and get big strikeout totals. Now he's much more content as he gets older here. He'll be 30 next month to pitch to contact and get ground ball outs.
It's funny how the older you get in the game, the easier tend to make things, you know. I can strike out a guy with 95, 96, but it might take me 6 or 7 pitches to do it. I'd rather just get a ground ball on one sinker and move along.
He did not used to throw a 2-seam fastball, and now, as you can see here, he throws it 40% of the time. That's the sinker. There's a ground ball, but this one rolls into left. A base hit for Tomas. The high Sox are working. First 2 have reached for the Diamondbacks in the second.
Finds that hole on the left side. Kind of smothered that pitch. Big curve ball hit the top half of the ball, but hit it in a good spot right between Espinosa and Escobar into left field for a base hit. We're talking about guys pitching to contact and throwing that 2-seamer. I remember watching Greg Maddux pitch for the Cubs, and he'd be upset if he threw strike 1 called. He wanted the batter to swing at it. Now I got to throw another one. Come on.
It's been quite an evolution for Gio Gonzalez. Aaron Hill at second, Tomas at first. Nobody out. And here's Chris Owings, who had the Diamondbacks' biggest hit of the ball game last night. That 2-run double that tied it in the 4th against Max Scherzer. Here's strike 1. CO 231 and 3 homers.
I was just going to mention what I said a minute ago about the switch hitter. You never have to worry about that breaking ball going away from you. Hopefully that'll help Chris tonight, because that's been his kryptonite, chasing that right-handed slider low and away.
Good to see a more patient Chris Owings up there. He's done well against Washington pitching this year. Two and 1. This is a good example, a good take by Chris right there. He usually swings at those types of pitches. He's got 5 hits in his 6 games on the road trip, 4 RBIs. 2-2. Gonzalez got away with one there. Drifted right back out over the plate for Chris, and he just missed it.
Some kind of carom right there.
It hit the cement back there.
Really late swing that time by CO and shot it over there into that Washington Nationals on deck circle. It hit the concrete and bounced all the way out to Gonzalez on the mound. Once again, pointing out the issues that defenders can have occasionally at a ballpark. You saw how that ball reacted off the bricks back there. If it happens to hit some of that signage, it may just drop dead right back there at the backstop. All things that you should find out the first day in town.
Called strike 3. Second strikeout for Gonzalez.
Slow curveball from Gio Gonzalez. Starts it out of the zone away and then drops it right in there on the outer third of the plate for a called strike.
One away. Here's Nick Ahmed. Nick 230 and 7 home runs. 0 for 3 with a walk last night after he was 4 for 4 with a home run in the series opener on Monday. Aaron Hill, the runner at second. He has Manny Tomas at first. Ball 1. This was Nick Monday, part of his 4 for 4.
Line drive homer to left field against Doug Fister. And Nick has really done a nice job this year against the lefties. Diamondbacks actually have 3 of the top 13 hitter against left-handed pitching in the National League. Goldie's 361. Nick is at 324, and A.J. Pollock at 310.
Now, we've seen Nick this year hit first or second in the batting order against some left-hand starters. And on base percentage against lefties over 390 this year. Gonzalez is ahead 1-2, and he's got the pitcher on deck. Diamondbacks in this series, a lot on this road trip lately, have relied on the lower portions of the order to do most of the damage. Last night, as we saw, the 1 through 4 hitters had only 1 base hit. That was an Ender Inciarte bunt single. 1 through 4 hitters for the D-backs struck out 7 times last night. Two down.
First 2 strikeouts looking on curveballs. This time just rears back and throws a fastball by Nick. That'll bring Ruby De La Rosa to the plate with 2 outs, runner in scoring position. He's due.
1-2. Leadoff walk to Aaron Hill to open up the second. A single by Tomas that rolled through the infield. Gonzalez had first and second, nobody out, but he struck out Owen, struck out Ahmed. The 1-2 pitch to Ruby. And he got him. 3 straight strikeouts gets Gio Gonzalez off the hook, and he maintains that 2-0 lead. Johnson, beginning at 9:30 in the morning, relive his 20 strikeout game from 01, then the perfect game from 2004. At 4 o'clock, it's a 1-hour edition of Diamondbacks Live pregame, followed by his jersey retirement ceremony. Right after the postgame show, the premiere of Randy Johnson, The Road to Cooperstown, hosted by Todd Walsh. It's All Day with Randy Johnson, presented by Hayward Pool Products, only on Fox Sports Arizona. Bottom 2 from Nationals Park, 2-0 Washington, and Jose Lobato, the catcher, leads off the second against Ruby De La Rosa. Lobato just over 200 with 3 homers. The switch hitter batting left-handed against the righty De La Rosa.
You know what that is, partner?
Oh, about 20 feet away?
That's a high chopper.
Wow. That's nicely done. It flew right in front of the booth.
Yeah, it did.
It's like they built a stadium and said, oh, we forgot all the press box and the broadcast booth. Well, just put them on top of everything.
Yeah, we don't have any more land to go out, so let's just go up.
There we are, way on top there. That top row. A lazy fly ball near the left field line for Ender. It's funny when people come in this booth for the first time, somebody visits or something, and they go, wow, you guys are really way up here.
No kidding.
Michael Taylor. Here we are up top. Me, there's BB. I don't know who this guy is. How'd you get in here?
There's security when you need it.
We're fully staffed up here. Some of them more reliable than others. 0-2 on Michael Taylor.
It's Michael A. Taylor.
Yeah, what's
Well, his middle name is Anthony, but I'm assuming that somewhere in his minor league career or high school or whatever, there was another Michael Taylor on the team, so they had to differentiate, and he became Michael A. Taylor.
I'm not comfortable with that. Just missed there. What a tight strike zone tonight for Gabe Morales. Well, it says just plain Michael Taylor on the board here. I don't know what that's worth. Taylor has 3 hits in the series, a double and 2 RBIs. Just me, or have there been a million foul balls against Ruby?
A lot of them already, yeah.
Don't usually see that with him. He's up to 40 pitches, 24 strikes. Twelve of the ball game so far, and he punches out Taylor. And that's the first strikeout for Ruby. 2 down. Here's Gio Gonzalez. Now I know you love this. The left-hand pitcher who bats righty.
Yeah.
He's got that left arm and that left elbow right out there exposed. Padded up as best he can.
I wouldn't call Gonzalez a good hitter, not by any stretch of the imagination, but he can get a bunt down, which is usually all you ask of your starting pitcher. Just move those runners along when you have an opportunity and try not to hurt yourself swinging.
One and 2. Fly ball, very short right center. Tomas calling for it. And Ruby De La Rosa has retired 6 in a row. Through 2, Diamondbacks trail at 2-0.
You hit a bad note every now and then, I'm sure. I think Ted Williams missed a couple of pitches, but no, Goldie goes about his business the way he goes about business. And, of course, anytime a hitter is not feeling the best, they are going to work on some things a little extra, and he's no different than any other. So he's working to work himself out of what we call would be a little slump, but what we call life in baseball.
I thought put very well by Turner Ward. Even the great ones go through a little bit of struggle. Goldie 0 for 15 coming into the game. We had the single, though, in the first inning. Guys, they just said the timing's a little bit off. Turner mentioned that. Chip Hill did as well. Tony La Russa suggested that, he might need a little bit of a mental break. And so I would not be surprised to see Goldie off tomorrow. Chip Hill said that was possible. Again, a 4 p.m. game tomorrow, traveling back to Arizona, playing again on Friday. Maybe not a bad idea for America's first baseman.
Well, our long national nightmare, Jody, is over. As Ender Inciarte leads off the third. The 0 for 15 stretch with 9 strikeouts had been the worst of Goldie's career. But he ended that with an infield single in his first at bat here tonight. That was a little national Washington, D.C. reference provided by the staff here. And I'll hand that card back to the staff. Thanks for that.
Hey, it's funny the way Turner Ward said, yeah, what's a slump for most of us? Goldie goes 2 games without a hit, and he's in a slump. Some guys go weeks without getting a hit. That's a slump.
Well, for me, and just in watching him from up here, it wasn't so much that he wasn't getting base hits. He was swinging and missing pitches in the strike zone.
And when he was making contact, the ball was reacting differently off his bat. We've talked about this recently. He was getting a lot of humpback line drives that would just clear the infield and drop in front of the outfield. A lot of topspin on everything.
Slow roller. Espinosa has to hurry, and Ender beats it out. He's safe, says Trip Gibson at first. A base hit for Inciarte. And the Diamondbacks have the leadoff man aboard for the second time in as many innings.
Well, that's when you'll get your best times to first base with a left-handed hitter. When they hit a slow ball to the left side of the infield, and they know they've got to bust it down that line to have a chance to get an infield hit.
That was awfully close. We need to see another angle from in front of Ryan Zimmerman, but it looks like the headsets are coming on here. And the Nationals may have a case. Brian Gorman, the crew chief, will come in from second. Trip Gibson from first, and New York will have a look. Take another angle here. Not there. Very safe. It's a catch when it's in the back of the mitt. And this is a Nationals challenge. It's another replay review brought to us by Mix One. Nationals challenging a safe call at first. This is for me a call stands. Maybe. There it's a catch, but the foot's on the back.
Yeah, it's one of those ones I don't know if there's convincing evidence to overturn it.
By the way, if you're still not a fan of replay review, and we can all agree that the implementation has been much better this year, much more efficient. So far, 841 calls have been challenged in the major leagues this year. 841. And of those 841, 402 have been overturned. So that's 48% of the calls were proven by video to be incorrect. So if you make the argument we don't need replay, you're incorrect.
You notice how as Ender was reaching out for the base there, his upper body was leaning back. When I was coaching with the Giants, Bobby Bonds at one time was a tremendous track star.
Yeah.
I mean, he was world-class track star. And he was talking about leaning forward. Always be leaning forward like you're reaching for a ribbon at a finish line of a 100-yard dash. A lot of hitters do exactly what Ender Inciarte does. You try to reach out there with your foot, and your body is still 5 feet behind. When you lean your upper body forward, it looks like you're over the base even before your foot gets there. An optical illusion, if you will, for guys that can really run fast.
Well, In days before replay, that was probably a very valuable optical illusion.
Sure.
You can tell it's close. It's taken a long time. Not a catch, not a catch, still not a catch, still not a catch. There's a catch. And the foot is on the bag. This is Matt Williams' 17th challenge this year. He's had 7 overturned.
I think when we have these occasional lengthy reviews, they have like rodeo clowns or something to come out on the field. The fans are getting a little antsy. They're starting to boo. Let's go.
This is another reason why Screech is probably in the lower echelon of Major League mascots. Screech, the Eagle, who's the Nationals mascot, really kind of a low rent mascot. You know, a checkered past. Kind of just leaves you flat.
When you think about it, how in a roundabout way he evolved from Yuppie, so it's not surprising.
There you go, safe at first. So the Nationals lose their challenge here in the 3rd inning, and Inciarte has a leadoff single. It is indeed call stands, which means not enough clear or convincing evidence to overturn the call. And so it's a base hit for Ender, and another replay review brought to you by Mix One. We update the standings. 3 minutes and 28 seconds on the review. Here's A.J. Pollock. Hit a ball back to the mound his first time up. You wonder when you look at that, the stat we gave you, where 48% of all the challenges this year have been overturned. And you talk about the need for it. Then you look at the strike zone. And then we get back to the automated strike zone. Imagine how many overturned balls or strike calls we'd have with an automated strike zone. It might be even higher than that.
That's why I think when the day comes and Major League Baseball decides to go that direction, and that day will come, it's just a question of when. I think you have to make the jump completely. We're going all automated strikes. That's all on the computer. I don't think you can ask for, I want to see that pitch again. The game would never end.
So even with an automated umpire, you still cannot argue balls and strikes. I like that. Gonzalez, as we told you, will work himself behind in counts off, and he's down 2-0.
Valley Honda keys to the game tonight. Hey, you're up there for a reason. The guys at the top of the order haven't been carrying their share of the weight lately. Good to see Ender Inciarte with an infield hit. Paul Goldie with his first hit in a long time. And for Gio Gonzalez, he is what we call in the game a 5 and dive.
I told you he survives this year by the double play ball. And the throw pulls Zimmerman off the bag. AJ safe. But they get the force on Inciarte for the first out in the 3rd.
5 and dive is a guy that has a reputation and a history of giving you 5 solid innings in a game, and then that'll be enough. He's only pitched 7 innings 4 times this season.
Becomes a pitch count issue for Gio Gonzalez, oftentimes frustrating for Matt Williams, who had to pull Gonzalez after only 4 2/3 in his last start Friday in New York. Here's Goldie, who snapped that 0 for 15 with an infield single his first time up.
Any manager stacks his lineup with the guys that you want to get that extra at bat in a game if there is one. That's why you hit guys in the top 3 spots in the order. You want those 3 guys to get any extra at bats there are to be had in a ball game. And certainly the guys at the top of the order have done it all season long, with the exception of a recent little skid.
Base hit for Goldie. He's 2 for 2. So much for the 0 for 15. 2 on and 1 out now for Beef Wellington.
Diamondbacks been wearing out that what is it, the 5.5 hole? Yeah, that's what Tony Gwynn used to call it. Yeah, that hole on the left side of the infield between the third baseman and the shortstop, the 5.5 hole. Another base hit through that left side.
And Gonzalez, you can see his frustration level. He's getting the ground balls that he's looking for. They're just finding holes instead of gloves. So here's Castillo, who struck out looking to end the first. A.J. Pollock at second and Goldie at first. The pop up behind the bag at second, and it drops in for a base hit. A seeing eye bloop that falls in to load the bases. Rendon ranged out there as far as he could. And he found the right spot.
The big power hitters take a full swing and hit the ball. All the outfielders will freeze in their tracks. They want to wait, see that ball, get a read on it. And by the time Michael Taylor and Bryce Harper got a read on it, it drops in front.
Diamondbacks have to take advantage of these opportunities. Bases loaded, 1 out. Third hit in this inning, and here's Aaron Hill, who walked his first time.
The base runner that was really in danger there was Paul Goldschmidt. He had to get close enough to second so he could advance and not be forced when that ball dropped, but not get so far out there that if a catch was made, they'd double him off first base. Not an easy play for a base runner, but Goldie ends up safe at second.
Rolls away from Lobato, not far enough away.
Yeah, you know you have to get close enough to the bag at second so that if that ball drops and Taylor fields it quickly like Ender Inciarte did in right field the other night, they could possibly get a force play at second base. But you can't get so far out there that if he comes in and does make the catch, they double you off of first. So not an easy play as a base runner, as I said.
Diamondbacks were 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts in their first 4 at bats with runners in scoring position before the Castillo bloop single. So 1 for 5 now with 4 strikeouts and 1 and 2 on Aaron Hill. Fly ball to center. Taylor backing up. He's got room in front of the warning track. A.J. Pollock will tag up and score, and the Diamondbacks are on the board. It's 2-1, the RBI for Aaron Hill. Well, the Nationals scored their 2 runs on sacrifice flies. Now the Diamondbacks have countered.
Hey fans, anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
Big chance here for Yasmani Tomas. Goldie at second, Castillo at first. 2 outs and a run in. Tomas had an infield single his first time up. Now this is where you've really missed, Bob. You mentioned this a moment ago. Tomas's bat, the way he was hitting in the first half of the year. This would be the spot where, you know, May, June, July, he'd come up and find a gap or hit one down the line, something, go the other way. And he's down 0-2. Yasmani was hitting over .330 back on June the 10th. And you can see, second half of the season, he's under 200. Missing those RBIs. And he strikes out here to strand 2. Overtone completes the strikeout. But the Diamondbacks get on the board. It's 2-1. Is brought to you in part by Cox Gigablast. How will you live the gig life? By Lone View Casino. You're in for more winning moments at Lone View Casino. And by Jack in the Box. For a limited time, try the new Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack with melted garlic herb butter. Washington, D.C. Steve Berthiaume, Bob Brenly, and Jody Jackson with you. Diamondbacks trail the Nationals 2-1 as Yunel Escobar leads off the Washington third against Ruby De La Russa.
Watch that first pitch. 85 times his plate appearance has been decided on the first pitch of the ball game. He homered to center on the first pitch of the game last night. Doubled to center on the first pitch of the game tonight.
He's not a patient man.
No.
He's had a very good year here in Washington, 317 now. Escobar has not hit over 300 in a season since he was a rookie. That was with Atlanta back in 07. He's been a nice pickup for the Nationals this year. Ruby behind 2-0. Back even now, 2-2. Ruby had a couple of real clunkers in his final two starts before the All-Star break. He did not pitch well. Lost to the Rockies and the Mets, but even with those games, he's put together a nice run here last couple of months. In his last 9 starts, Ruby is 4-2 with a 2.98 ERA. And he strikes out Escobar to open up the third.
I mentioned that double leading off the game for Escobar. That was on a fastball. He didn't see a fastball in this at bat. All sliders until this last pitch changeup to get a swinging strike 3.
Anthony Rendon. He walked and scored his first time. Still a tight zone back there for Gabe Morales.
Yeah, some of those borderline pitches, even a little wider than borderline that we've seen called in the first 2 games. Pitchers aren't getting them tonight. Where was that?
That was not a borderline pitch.
Whoops.
There's a strike. Two and two. That is a base hit down the right field line. Tomas plays it in the corner. Rendon will settle for a long single. Another chance for Bryce Harper. Harper this year on the 4th of July, Washington, D.C. That's a big deal here. Well, he stepped up against the Giants World Series hero Madison Bumgarner with a special bat. He had the stars and stripes painted on it. Special bat, 4th of July, D.C. against Mad Bum. First time up, crushed a home run. What a moment that was. And he said, you know, that at bat taught him a lot. Try and make every at bat feel just like that moment for him. And so this is a guy who at 22 looks for those headline, those highlight moments on the big stage. He's got that mentality about him.
Some guys rise to the occasion. Some guys are crumpled by the pressure.
I mean, that's self-created pressure right there. And it's a great gesture. It's 4th of July, D.C. You got this cool-looking bat. Madison Bumgarner's out there. And he stepped up big time.
Flair for the dramatic.
Strike call there from Morales, 1-1. And he's got hair for the dramatic as well. He said it's been a tight strike zone all night long. Not on that one, however. Harper has admitted he takes about 30 minutes before every game to get his hair just right.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure you did that when you were playing. No?
I certainly don't need a half an hour now.
He's, that's that type of stuff that rubs some people the wrong way. He's got custom paint jobs on his bats. He's got the hair. He's got his tailored, custom-made suits, and puts photos of his latest suits out there on social media with the vest and the tie and the collar and the whole thing.
I had a teammate that used to stand in front of the mirror for at least a half an hour after every game. Had a hairbrush in each hand to make sure his part was exactly perfect.
Double fisted.
Not one hair going the wrong direction. And of course, the baby powder in the blow dryer, that was always a big deal. You get those guys that really take care of their appearance and hygiene and find ways to mess with them.
3-2.
Not that I'm suggesting that anybody put baby powder in a hair dryer. It's pretty funny.
You kids at home, you stay in school. How about that guy? I don't think he spends 30 minutes working on the hair. It just sort of happens naturally. Now that guy, Jimmy Superfly Snuka in the house. Good to see him back with us. 3-2. Short left center. Ahmed drifting out there. Here comes Inciarte, who calls it off. And they retire Harper.
Anthony Rendon with that one-out base hit down the right field line. Sometimes you make a good pitch and the hitter just does a better job. You see Wellington Castillo out on the outside corner. That ball's right at the knees on the outside corner, and Rendon just stays right on it, shoots it down into that right field corner. That's not a bad pitch. That's just real good hitting by Anthony Rendon.
He's a real good hitter.
Yeah.
And Rendon has been a big loss for them because of his injuries all year long. He finished 5th in the MVP voting last year. Zimmerman a sac fly RBI his first time. Now this is without the hat. That looks like it takes a half hour. It's all layered.
Doesn't look that neat. We're 3 innings into a ball game already.
He's got a gift. Nomar had that gift. Nomar had that kind of hair. Still does. And of course, you remember the guy we used to call Aquaman here a couple of years ago, Matt Davidson.
Oh, yeah.
He had Aquaman hair. Now with the White Sox system. Foul ball. Tell you what, Ruby's done a pretty good job here since the first 3 reached to start the ball game. A double by Escobar. Walks to Rendon and Harper. Zimmerman and Worth had sacrifice flies for the 2 Nationals runs, and since then Ruby's given up just the 1 hit by Rendon, and that was, as you said, Bob, on a pretty good pitch.
Much like Patrick Corbin last night. I talked about it during Patrick's start. A lot of times a pitcher goes out there and you just want to establish that you can throw strikes in that first inning. And if the opposing team is coming off that bench ready to attack those strikes that are in the middle of the plate, it can be a rough first inning from time to time. Very few guys come out of that bullpen with everything working perfectly when they take the game mound to start the ball game. So you just try to establish strikes and then scoot it out on the corners, scoot it up above the top of the zone as you see fit. But Nationals didn't allow Patrick to do that last night. They did not allow Ruby De La Rosa to do it tonight.
One and two. I mean, you'll recall that game July 5th when Ruby started against the Rockies at Chase Field. And the first 6 Colorado batters had base hits. He was down 4-0 before he'd recorded a single out, but after that he retired the next 14 batters he faced. So he's got a pretty good track record of putting a bad first or second inning behind him and settling in.
I guess the next step in his development would be to find a way not to have to deal with those bad first innings. You know, take that mound as if it's bottom of the 9th in a 1-run game. Pitch count really creeping up there for De La Rosa now.
Yeah, not a good night for that. A lot of the Diamondback starters this turn through the rotation have had very short outings. Robbie Ray, Jeremy Hellickson, Patrick Corbin last night.
It was after a nice stretch about twice through the rotation when everybody was getting deep into the ball game.
That's why they had to bring up Alan Webster today from AAA Reno. He's here. And Zach Godley assigned to AA Mobile, although Zach is still here. We might see him later this year in the bullpen, Chip Hale told us tonight. 4 straight foul balls now for Zimmerman. Another 1-2. On a hop to Ahmed. They get the force on Rendon, and Ruby is through 3. It's still 2-1 Nationals.
Look at our timeless moment brought to you by Coors Banquet. On this day in 1921, Pittsburgh radio station KDKA gives its listeners the first ever broadcast of a Major League Baseball game. The Pirates beat the Phillies in that ball game 8-5 at Forbes Field, and Harold Arlen became the first ever radio play-by-play announcer, setting the stage for the Governor.
And I talked to the Governor today. The Governor has some milestones coming up as Chris Owings bunts one right back to the mound, trying to bunt for a base hit. And Gonzalez throws him out. The Governor, BB, was, of course, been the radio voice since day one here, is coming up, we think, at some point late next year on 3,000 games.
Wow.
Game number 3,000 for the great Greg Schulte coming up sometime next year. He's right about at 2,800, and he should reach that, I think, next week. And Leo Gilmartin, you know, it's like it's his first day every day. There's Leo overseeing things in the radio booth. Gonzo looking at the fan photos from T-Mobile.
Gonzo might be feeling some pressure. He's been on a nice roll.
Good job.
Yeah, well, the offense has kind of gone in the tank for the D-backs on the field. Gonzo is raking in the booth.
Nick Ahmed struck out his first time up tonight. Tell you what, we could not have picked a nicer night to play baseball game. We had a weather delay that we kind of made a joke about last night, but today and tonight, absolutely beautiful here. The dome, which is under construction, you can see off in the distance to our left. Got a tour. Senator McCain gave some of the D-backs folks a tour today, personally, which was very generous of him. Oh, 0-2. Bryce Harper. Up in that lights, you can see Harper fighting that one just a bit. Not quite high enough to get above those lights on top of the stadium. 2 down. Well, let's remind Luis Gonzalez. Look through those photos because, fans, it's time. Put your fan photo on the Twitter with the hashtag AZDataStrongFan. We might see your photo on our Diamondback TV broadcast, brought to you by T-Mobile. 2 down for Ruby. Slow roller up the first base line. Zimmerman calls off Gonzalez. And it's a 7-pitch, 1-2-3-4. Bottom 4 coming up. Diamondbacks trail at 2-1.
John McCain very graciously offered a tour of the Capitol building. Senator Jeff Flake was with Senator McCain here at the ballpark last night. You know they love the Arizona Diamondbacks, and Senator McCain was just so entertaining. Showed us his office and some really neat historic pictures from his time, of course, as a naval aviator. A little bit upset, though, I got to tell you guys, about last year and missing the foul ball, or was it earlier this year, missing the foul ball at Chase Field. He did mention how many times we broadcast that particular highlight, but he was so much fun to go around the Capitol with and share a little bit of our nation's history and, of course, the process that is our government, and I know everyone enjoyed it. It was about 25 of us from the Diamondbacks group, and for him to take time out of his busy day, I think tomorrow is the last day of their session before they break until September. So our thanks to Senator John McCain for the time today.
You're right, Jody. Very gracious of the senator to lend his time to the Diamondback party here. They play Werewolf of London as Jason Worth steps up on Jason Worth Chia Pet Night. Chia. Worth an RBI sac fly his first time. I noticed, BB, during the president's race, speaking of politicians, that Abe Lincoln won the race, but with a little twist. Abe had pulled something out of his bag of tricks, and I think it helped him win tonight. He had a Jason where he kind of had his own Worth Chia Pet beard.
Really?
And it seemed to really inspire him to victory. Edged out silent Cal Coolidge at the line. And of course, Calvin Coolidge did not discuss the loss because he's silent Cal. 1-2 on work now.
But you could tell by his body language he was not happy.
Yeah, he was taking it kind of hard. Slowly hit ball to third. Aaron Hill charges and throws a bounce. Here's Abe Lincoln with the Jason Worth Chia Pet beard sneaking in from behind there. And here he comes. He's got Chia falling off his beard and a big winner at the line there wearing the Worth 28 jersey. And to the victor goes the spoils. Danny Espinosa now. Jason Worth Chia Pet night here tonight. Never thought I'd see that.
You haven't been around the game long.
Apparently not. I mean, it used to have the bobbleheads that, you know, it'd be the basic. Remember the bobbleheads we had as a kid? They'd all have the same face.
Yeah.
And then you got some personalized bobbleheads, and they kind of look like the guy, but not really. Now they have unbelievable bobbleheads. They look just like him. You had one.
Mm-hmm.
And but now we've got garden gnomes. We've got Chia Pets. I mean, it's a whole thing.
And for a while, it was Beanie Babies were big at the ballpark. You know, if you had a Beanie Baby with your team's uni on, much like tonight, you'd have a full house. Everybody wanted to get those Beanie Babies.
And the funny thing is, here at the ballpark tonight, I mean, it's full. It's packed. And it's a lot of guys who are making, you know, several $100,000s a year. Lobbyists, lawyers. They're fighting each other for these Chia Pets. I mean,
gotta have something to put on the shelf in your office.
I mean, look at this place. It's packed here tonight. And they've had good crowds. Don't get me wrong. It's a good team. But 26,000 last night, 30,000 on Monday. A whole lot more than that here tonight. Two and two.
I can remember my very first bobblehead doll. Of course, it's politically incorrect now, but back in the day, nobody thought anything of it. A Chief Wahoo from the Cleveland Indians. That was a big deal. That was my prized possession for years.
They didn't have a Woody Held bobblehead. Huh?
No, they didn't.
Would have been a good call. Espinosa strikes out. Third strikeout for Ruby. 2 down. He's given up only 1 hit since that first inning.
Boy, and he can use a quick pitch inning here if at all possible. Get his team back in that dugout quickly. Already at 77 pitches in the ballgame.
Jose Lobaton flying out his first time. Mike Harkey said not too long ago that Ruby certainly has the kind of stuff where he should be able to throw shutouts and pitch deep into games and throw 100 pitches and strike out 10 guys. He's got that type of stuff, but he's just got to be better at keeping the ball down and be more efficient out there. But he recovered nicely from a bases loaded no out situation to open up the ball game. And he's still given up only 2 hits. But about to throw his 80th pitch. And he's behind on Lobaton, 3-0. This is where you get frustrated. He gets the 2 outs and then goes 3-0 on a guy who's up there hitting 204. Three and one.
Ability to throw something other than a fastball in an apparent fastball count. Get you a lot of swings and misses. Good slider just tucked right in underneath the bat that time.
takes extra bases away from Jose Lobaton. Aaron Hill laughing and limping a bit as he walks off the field. Look at that. He keeps it a 2-1 ball game. Weekend in Houston at third base, and a sensational play here tonight. Look at this. Wow.
That's a great play, because that ball is trouble. If it gets by Aaron Hill, it's going to roll right along that wall in left field all the way down into the corner for extra bases. Nice play.
So he keeps it a 2-1 ball game as we start the fifth. Ender Inciarte leads it off against Gio Gonzalez. Escobar creeping in from third. There's ball one. Ender has tapped back to the mound and singled. He's 1 for 2.
It's about the point of the ball game where Gio Gonzalez starts to struggle a little bit. Second and third time through the order. You can see the first 3 innings of a ball game, he's held opponents to a .228 average. 4, 5, and 6, however, it jumps up to .320, and then the 7th inning on, which he doesn't see a lot of, .286 opponents batting average.
He's just under 70 pitches right now. Diamondbacks hit Gio Gonzalez pretty hard, in fact, when they faced him at Chase Field back in the middle of May. 5 runs, 9 hits in 5 innings. Foul ball. Gonzalez, if you go back to the middle of June, was not having much of a season for himself. He was trounced at Tampa Bay, gave up 5 runs, 8 hits, 3 walks. And only 3 1/3. And at that point, it had been a month since he'd won a game. And his ERA for the year was near 5. But since that loss at Tampa Bay, he has gone unbeaten. 4-0 in his last 6 starts and a 1.51 ERA. Ender has got a outs. Rendon drifts way out there to center and snags that flare for the first out here in the 5th. That hung up there a long time, and he was able to run underneath it. Here's A.J. Pollock. A.J. reached and scored on the fielder's choices last time. 6 hits in 6 games on the road trip. Remember, he sat out the weekend in Houston. with that discomfort behind his knee, which has not been an issue here in Washington. A little bit of a scare there, but AJ passed all his tests with flying colors. And he started every game in this series. Two and one. Under the glove of Escobar, hard into left, a base hit for Pollock. And there's a one-out base runner for Goldie, who's 2 for 2.
We said the top of the order had to start hitting like the top of the order. They're getting on base. Ender Inciarte with an infield hit. A.J. Pollock reaching on the base hit here. He also reached on a fielder's choice back in the third. And Goldie's 2 for 2 tonight.
And 5 for 5 against Gio Gonzalez this year. 3 singles, a double, and a triple. Neck and neck with Bryce Harper for the National League batting title. Goldie 2 for 2. Harper has walked and flat out so far tonight. I know you took a long look today, Bob, at the tape on Goldie's swing. I don't know if it looks different or not. There's nothing that jumps out at you.
No,
it's kind of hard to explain.
We were looking at mechanical things, and back when he was swinging the bat extremely well and driving the ball, and mechanically there doesn't seem to be any differences at all in the swing, which you would expect from Goldie. He's such a slave to his routine and doing the same thing every day. Mechanically, he rarely, if ever, gets out of sorts, but that would point to something going on between his ears that's causing him to think a little bit too much in that batter's box, maybe guessing a little bit more than he normally would. Because I certainly didn't see anything mechanically that would point to the struggles he's had recently.
0 for 15 with 9 strikeouts, the worst stretch of his career coming into the ballgame. But so far, 2 singles and 2 at-bats.
And, of course, another factor could possibly be some kind of an injury that Goldie's not disclosing to anybody, which wouldn't surprise me a bit. But you would think if he did have some kind of an injury problem, it would manifest itself mechanically somewhere during the course of his swing. But it looks just like Goldie from early on this season.
2 balls and 1 strike. Of course, his wife Amy is very close to giving birth to their first little one, so I'm sure he's got a lot on his mind these days.
Yeah, we kind of forget that these guys aren't robots. They have a life outside of the baseball field, and sometimes things come up in life, good, bad, indifferent, that you just have to deal with, and some of that can take away some of your focus and concentration.
I tell you what, Amy, with all these trips we've made to Texas, she has cleaned up on those baby showers. Oh yeah, she's doing really well. Once to Dallas and once to Houston. A.J. Pollock at first, 1 out, 3 and 2 to Goldie.
Swing starting to look a little more Goldie-like. He's not feeling for the ball. It doesn't look like he's going to top spin anything. It looks like if he makes solid contact, it's going to jump off his bat tonight.
Goldie doing Goldie things. 80 pitches for Gonzalez, 57 strikes. Another 3-2.
inside corner, just wastes it into the bleachers on the right side.
Pretty good pitch right there from Gonzalez.
Well, this is something we haven't seen for a while from Paul Goldschmidt either, a lengthy at bat. This will be the 8th pitch coming in this at bat.
Base hit for Goldie. AJ had to hold up. Harper over to cut it off. And Paul Goldschmidt, the 0 for 15, a distant memory. He's 3 for 3.
And that ball was smoked through the right side. Rendon barely had time to react to that ball before it was by him and into right field. Ooh.
Well, think about all the pretty good pitches that Gonzalez made in that at bat that Goldie spoiled. That's got to be really frustrating.
He couldn't even get his feet underneath him to make a jump for that ball just a little bit to his left. It was by him and on into right field in a hurry.
The big hit is out there somewhere. Is it in the bat of Wellington Castillo, who was struck out in single? 2 on, 1 out. Missed inside, 1-0. Beef Wellington 7 games on the road trip going into tonight. 2 doubles, 5 homers, 6 RBIs. He has scored 8 runs in his 7 games on this trip. We talked about last night. The top 4 hitters in the Diamondbacks order had 1 hit, and that was an Enciarte bunt single. Well, tonight Ender 1 for 3, Pollock 1 for 3, Goldie 3 for 3, and so far Castillo 1 for 2. That was one of your keys to the game. Missed inside again, and Wellington's ahead 2-0. Diamondbacks tonight 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position.
Well, Gonzalez and Lobaton wanted both of these pitches to Wellington Castillo. First one, a fastball just off the inside corner. Gonzalez wanted that one, and a big sweeping breaking ball that dropped just off that inside corner. He wanted that one too.
It's hard to blame him with the umpiring we've seen on this road trip, at least. A lot of those pitches we've seen called strikes. Trying to think of all the times we've seen Chip Hale in this situation start both base runners here. And the Nationals may be thinking that as well. And there they go. Sure enough, Lobaton the throw into third. And A.J. Pollock is in there. The double steal for the Diamondbacks. That stolen base 24 for Pollock. And 19 for Goldie, his second tonight.
AJ just took off out there, stole that base easily against Gio Gonzalez. Very slow delivery to the plate, and AJ anticipated perfectly.
Now it's second and third with a 2-1 count on Beef Wellington.
And props to Wellington Castillo for taking that 2-0 pitch, allowing those 2 guys to steal the base and get into scoring position. Hitters don't like to take 2-0 fastballs right down the middle of the plate. But when you see 2 of your teammates get jumps like they were able to get on that double steal, you owe it to yourself to take that pitch and then go to work on the 2-1 delivery.
19th stolen base for Goldie, a new career high. 2-2. Called strike 3. Got the inside strike call that time, did Gonzalez. And he's got his 6th strikeout. And Wellington is saying that has not been a strike tonight. Let's see.
He just does catch part of that inside corner right there.
Good pitch. So 2 down and 2 out. Aaron Hill. Aaron has walked and driven in the Diamondbacks' only run with a sac fly his last time. 2 on and 2 out.
I think the Nationals just changed their signs with a runner at second base. Lobaton with a quick trip to the mound to talk to Gonzalez, and Gonzalez turned around and relayed them to his shortstop, Danny Espinosa. You get any base runner out there for an extended at bat, gets to see the signs, gets to see the pitches, and you always run the risk that the guy could possibly be tipping either pitch selection or pitch location. Well, the Nationals not taking any chances, went out there and switched it up.
Aaron Hill, this is his 5th start on the road trip. 1 in Seattle, 2 in Houston, and now 2 here. So far 3 for 16 with a pair of doubles. Drive the 1-1 down the right field line, but just pushed it foul. Now 90 pitches for Gonzalez, only 64 strikes. Seventh pitch of the inning coming up.
No activity in the Nationals bullpen at this point. Gio Gonzalez's spot is due up second in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Struggling to get out of the inning here. Well, a big base hit, you might see some activity in that Nationals bullpen.
A.J. Pollock at third, Paul Goldschmidt at second. 2 outs, 2 and 2 on Aaron Hill. After the Castillo strikeout, now 1 for 7 tonight with runners in scoring position. The 1 was a Wellington single in the 3rd that did not produce a run. Got him. Diamondbacks had second and third, 1 out, and could not get a run home. He looked at a strike right down the middle. Still 2-1. On over 400 mobile and connected devices with MLB.TV Premium. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, a pitch tracking widget, and a whole lot more every night on every device. Blackout and other restrictions do apply, so check MLB.TV for all the details. Michael A. Taylor leads off the fifth. Taylor struck out his first time. He goes to one. Ruby De La Rosa has retired the last 5 Nationals hitters he's faced and 12 of the last 13. And he's ahead of Taylor 0-2.
He's pitched extremely well since that first inning. The one thing that does concern you is the pitch count. He's had a 9-pitch at bat, an 8-pitch at bat, 2 7-pitch at bats. Only 10 of the 16 batters he's faced have been retired, or actually 10 of 16 have had 5 or more pitches in the at bat. That's too much to a guy that's trying to pitch to contact.
There's exactly the kind of contact he's looking for. The easy high hopper to Ahmed. One down in the fifth. Ruby had bases loaded, no outs to start the ball game. Escobar doubled. He walked Rendon, he walked Harper. So he was in an immediate mess. Zimmerman and then Worth got sacrifice fly RBIs. And since then, the Nationals have had only one Rendon single. Here's Gio Gonzalez.
That always kills me.
What's that?
Gio Gonzalez looking down to the third base coach for a sign.
Hit the ball.
Yeah, 1 out. Nobody on base. 0-1 count. What, are we going to have you bunt? Bob Henley probably thinking the same thing. What are you looking at me for?
Another slow roller to Ahmed. Ruby getting some quick ground ball outs here. Just what you're looking for. 2 down. He's now retired 7 straight. Since that first inning, he's been nails. But here's Escobar, who led off last night's ball game with a home run. And led off tonight with a double.
Generally, this situation would call for Escobar to take until he gets a strike. Give his pitcher an opportunity to get back in the dugout, towel off, get a drink of water, put his jacket on for a few minutes. I don't know if that's in Escobar's game plan. That first pitch is close to the strike zone. He's liable to come right out of his shoes swinging at it.
Even if it's not close. Pitch number 90 from Ruby on the way. Oh. In a shocking turn of events, he takes a called strike of the first pitch. Escobar,
yeah, must have been looking for something else other than a fastball right down the middle.
He likes hitting here at home. Over 330 at Nats Park, including 5 of his 7 home runs. 1-1 now. Big gun at that one. 2-2. Escobar is kind of a mess up there. He's got pads on one arm. He's got wristbands on the other. His pants are coming down. His shirt's untucked. He's got the thing on the front. Gloves in his back pocket.
Wearing a pair of gloves and has another pair in his back pocket.
It looks like a garage sale up there. 2-2.
Those must be his sliding gloves.
Guys have those, right?
Willie Mays Hayes.
I don't know where Hayes played last year, but I'm sure he did a hell of a job. Walked him. That ends a stretch of 7 straight retired by Ruby. And as you can see right here, he is just about the least patient hitter in baseball. But somehow he works a 2-out walk. Third walk issued by Ruby. Here's Rendon. You're right. He's switching gloves now. I guess he doesn't want to get the other ones dirty. Rendon has walked and singled. He scored a run.
I'll tell you how things have changed.
Uh-oh.
When I was playing in AAA, we didn't get a lot of hand-me-downs from the big leagues. You know, we didn't get new batting gloves. If you wanted a pair of batting gloves, you went out to the sporting goods store and bought them. Well, I went to the sporting goods store in Phoenix one day when I was playing for the Giants there in AAA, and they had a pair of white batting gloves that had orange stripes going from the fingertips all the way up to the wrist. And I thought, man, that is cool. So I bought them, wore them, got called up to the big leagues, and that was the only pair of batting gloves I had. So I put them on for batting practice and went out there and immediately just took heaps of abuse from my teammates. And eventually Darrell Evans gave me a pair of his batting gloves to wear for the night just so I wouldn't look like a minor leaguer playing his first game in the big leagues.
What'd you do, buy special gloves, kid?
Yeah, these are my special hitting gloves. You know, and all you want to do that first day is fit in.
Oh.
What are you wearing? Does your wife know you have her gloves? Oh, now you got to get the pocket out.
Make sure that the pocket is hanging out there.
Wow.
I guess it's a balance thing because when he's hitting, he's got the other gloves hanging out there. He doesn't want to throw off the equilibrium. 1-1.
That reminds me of a joke about a one-eared elephant, but that's for another time.
And one flap out. David Hernandez. He worked the 8th inning last night, warming up in the bullpen. With Ruby at 98 pitches. Well, you know, you might have been able to get another inning out of him at least if he hadn't issued that 2-out walk. So that's a real killer. And you've already had to bring Alan Webster up from AAA Reno just to give him another arm back there for a tired bullpen. But he's ahead of Anthony Rendon, a ball and 2 strikes.
You remember Dennis Cook, right? Left-handed pitcher, Mets, Giants. He was with several other teams. Yeah. Left-handed reliever. When Dennis Cook first got called to the major leagues by the Giants, he was in the clubhouse at old Scottsdale Stadium. And one of the shoe reps was in the clubhouse walking around. You know, well, you need anything? You need anything? And yeah, Cookie's a rookie. He doesn't know any better. So the guy comes up and says, "How about you, young man? You need any shoes?" "Yeah." "How much you want for them?" You know, when you first get to the big leagues, you don't realize that everything is handed to you on a silver platter. He wanted to know how much they were charging for those shoes before he agreed to it.
It's a guy selling them out of the back of a van in the parking lot of the ballpark. 2-2 now on Rendon. Pitcher spot due up 4th for the Diamondbacks in the 6th inning. So with Ruby at 100 pitches, 63 strikes. Just get this guy and be done with it.
Dennis Cook was the guy when the Mets opened against the Cubs in Tokyo one year. The Major League Baseball season started in Japan.
Was that the Tuffy Rhodes game where he hit 3 homers?
Geez, I don't remember because it was all a blur.
Backs up Aaron Hill.
We'll finish that later.
Ruby strands the 2-out walk. We are through 5. Close ball game here. D-backs trail at 2-1. to you in part by your Valley Honda dealers, where you'll get more standard features for less money. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Mix One, great taste, no face, available at local retailers. Nationals Park, right on the Potomac here in Washington, D.C. And Bob, I noticed if you're a fan out there, you got a nice view to the bullpen. The proximity there, the bullpen and the fans, that sometimes can lead to problems.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Especially in Philadelphia, where they want to help coach you up as you're warming up. But I started to tell the story about the Tokyo Dome over in Japan, and the Mets and Cubs were playing the season opener over there. And at one point in the ball game, we wanted to point out that the bullpens at the Tokyo Dome are actually behind the dugouts underneath the stands. So they have to watch the game on a monitor, because obviously you can't see the field from back there. And at one point we were talking about the bullpens, and that one's grounded through into center field for Tomas. Good start to the inning.
His second hit tonight. He's 2 for 3.
So we're talking about the bullpens and how tough it is to sit in there and watch the game on TV. And just as we took a shot of the bullpen, there was a beach ball laying on one of the mounds, and Dennis Cook had grabbed a rake from the grounds crew room and was just punishing this beach ball in the bullpen. We had to apologize to our fans. We didn't mean to catch him at a moment of snappage down there in the pen, but for whatever reason, Dennis Cook was really giving it to a beach ball.
There was an act in Boston. I mean, they used to have beach balls at Fenway Park back in the day all the time. Aaron Barrett, the right-hander, who was up last night but did not get to the ball game, is throwing again. Here comes Matt Williams. Bob Stanley, the steamer, used to do that. He'd hold up the rake and face the crowd like a gladiator and then just destroy that beach ball. If that thing got in the bullpen, it was gone. And gone is Gio Gonzalez.
Dive and dive.
Here comes Aaron Barrett. You were right. Diamondbacks have the leadoff man on here, down 1 in the 6th, back after this. Randy Johnson during his Hall of Fame week. Friday, part 5. Randy on social media. Look out. He'll give us a first-hand look at his Hall of Fame experience. Randy Johnson, The Road to Cooperstown, presented by Hayward Pools. That's Friday, 6 o'clock, only on Fox Sports Arizona. Well, Matt Williams had his pitcher, Gio Gonzalez, bat second in the bottom of the 5th inning, and then took him out after one batter in the top of the 6th. Now, they've been on him here in D.C. for his bullpen usage and the way he handles the bullpen, and this is another one where you go, okay.
A little bit of a head scratcher.
But here's Aaron Barrett, who can throw pretty hard out there. 35 strikeouts in 29 innings.
Barrett, a big-time strikeout pitcher and a strike thrower for a power arm. 35 strikeouts, only 7 walks.
Chris Owings. Watch out. The point being, if you're going to take Gonzalez out of the game in the top of the 6th, don't you hit for him in the bottom of the 5th?
Yeah, most of the time. I mean, I imagine Matt Williams' thinking was if he retires Tomas, he's got the 7, 8, 9 hitters coming to the plate. He had struck out all 3 of those guys back in the 2nd inning, retired them easily in the 4th inning. So I guess if he got by Tomas, he probably just lets him roll through the inning. But he did lose an opportunity to get a position player in there rather than Gio Gonzalez to take that at bat in the bottom half of the 5th.
Gonzalez grounded out to shortstop. Now Barrett behind on Owings, 2-0. Gio was struck out and tapped back to the mound.
We've seen some high pop-ups behind the plate, and nothing has come close, remotely close to this upper deck that's below us.
Usually we'd be ducking under the desk here on some of these, but now we just stand up from way above and laugh mockingly at the foul balls that don't even come close to where we are. We're up here with the weather balloons. 2-1. Base hit for Owings. It drops into right center field. Tomas and Owings with singles to lead off the 6th. Another hit for CO, who's now hit safely in 9 of his last 11 games.
A little soft liner out there into shallow right center, just over the head of Rendon at second base. Looked like he cued it right off the end of the bat. Gets it down on the grass out there for a base hit.
Nick Ahmed up. Pitcher spot is behind him, so we'll get Jared Saltalamacchia in the on-deck circle. Nick tonight has struck out and flat out 0 for 2. Sorry,
I'm guessing Nick will be asked to put down a sac bunt right here. We'll see how Chip Hale wants to play it, but with a pinch hitter coming up behind him, you'd like to have those guys in scoring position.
And he gets a bunt down. Barrett bare hands it, and Ahmed is going to get there. He throws it away. Here comes Tomas to tie the ball game, and Owens is coming in behind him, and the Diamondbacks take the lead. Thank you very much, Washington Nationals. It's 3-2 D-backs. Just a routine sacrifice bunt turns into 2 Diamondback runs, and Ahmed is standing at third.
Boy, just a perfect bunt. Nick waited a long time before showing bunt. Barrett, the only guy that can make the play, and another pitcher that can't throw the ball, just spikes it into the ground down there at first base.
Watch Chris. Look at the way Chris Owens, Bob, just charges around here.
And look how far down the line Andy Green was. He was nearly to the home plate circle waving Chris Owens around third base to score on that error.
That is the error on Barrett, the pitcher, on the throw. A single, and E1 puts Ahmed at third. And here's Salty to hit for De La Rosa. Infield is in for the Nationals. There's ball 1. Jared Saltalamacchia, 163 and 2 home runs. Salty started behind the plate last night, had an RBI single. He was 1 for 4.
A lot of things happening on this play. The aggressive base running of Chris Owens from first. And watch Andy Green, the third base coach, as this ball gets away. Watch him run down the third base line so he can get as far down there as possible to either wave Chris Owens on in or throw up the stop sign and send him back to third base. Yeah, those coaches' boxes on the first and third base side are the most useless thing in a ballpark. No coaches stay in those boxes.
Oh, we've talked about all the time how Dave McKay at first base will always stand in the exact same spot every time in every ballpark, so we can always get the same angle on the pitcher. 3-0 on Salty. Broken bat, bloop, and it drops in. Here comes Ahmed, and it's 4-2 Diamondbacks. An RBI for Saltalamacchia. 4 straight singles and 1 big Washington error to open up the Arizona 6th. And they have 3 runs in and still nobody out.
Bat died a hero. Another one cued right off the end of the bat. It splits lengthwise. Dunks it out there in front of Jason Worth for an RBI base hit.
I tell you, they're feeling it in this town. This organization has more pressure on it, as Steve McCaddy is out there, the pitching coach, to win a World Series than any other organization in the major leagues right now. It all goes back to the year that they shut down Strasburg. And they have lived with that now for several seasons now. And they have all this money, $162 million payroll. They went out and got Max Scherzer. And all this stuff, and they have no real tangible result from it yet. And the fans here are getting a little moody about it. And the pressure is on Matt Williams. There's no question. Ender and Ciarte, 1 for 3. Pressure is a whole lot worse. Mets are beating up the Marlins in Miami 7-0. That's not going to help things. Nationals came into tonight's game 55-50 and 1 game back of the Mets for the lead in the NL East, the division they have led for most of the year. And that has slipped away, so as for the moment has a postseason spot. The Nationals right now are not a playoff team. They're outside the wild card. 2-0 on Ender. A high fly ball to, well, it's a pop-up. Drifting back there is Escobar. And he's got it for the first out in the 6th. Tanner Roark has started throwing in the Washington bullpen. Here's Pollock. Saw Tanner Roark Monday, worked 1 quick inning. AJ singled his last time up. Inside strike, 0-1. Base hit. Another Diamondback single, the 5th in this inning. And the Bluebirds are out as Goldie steps up. He's 3 for 3. Second hit tonight for Pollock. And Matt Williams wants Lobaton to go out there and buy some more time for Roark. It's a very complicated set of signs. Diamondbacks tonight have 12 hits, all of them singles. And Matt Williams is coming out to a chorus of boos. They are nervous about their baseball team here in Washington. He wants Roark. Goldie coming up. He's already 3 for 3. 2 on, 1 out. And the Diamondbacks leading 4-2. Back with more after this.
Sunday for Alumni Weekend. Randy Johnson's number 51 jersey retirement ceremony will happen before the game on Saturday, August 8th, and all fans in attendance will receive a commemorative T-shirt. Then on Sunday, August 9th, Jay Bell, Orlando Hudson, Travis Lee, Reggie Sanders, and more of your favorites will take the field after the final out of the D-backs victory over the Reds for the 4th annual Alumni Exhibition Game. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
Tanner Roark, who worked one very quick inning here on Monday, 3 outs on 8 pitches, is on for the 30th time this year, a former starter now with the bullpen. And they'll try and stop the bleeding as the Diamondbacks try and continue this 3-run inning. 2 on, 1 out for Goldie, who's 3 for 3. Ball 1. Goldie 3 singles. All 12 Diamondbacks hits tonight have been singles. And the 3 for 3 has him up to 340 on the year, leading the National League. There's a strike, 1-1. Saltalamacchia, the runner at second, and A.J. Pollock at first. It's out to Harper. Fighting those lights, and he's got it for the second out. Always hear from outfielders how those are the tough ones, the ones that stay up in those lights.
Yeah, you try to get down as low as possible, so as you're looking at the ball, it stays above that bank of lights on the third base side of the field. Not always an easy thing to do.
There they are. Well, Lobaton will come out to the mound here for a discussion with Espinosa, the shortstop. As Beef Wellington steps in, Wellington Castillo, a single. He has struck out twice, 1 for 3. Diamondbacks have out-hit the Nationals tonight 12-2, but are still looking for that big one. Ball 1. Castillo, the 8th man to hit in this inning for the Diamondbacks. And Roark, the 3rd pitcher for Washington. Two and 0.
Almost turned right into that one. Roark has a lot of late movement on that sinking fastball in the low 90s. That one started off the inside corner, almost clipped Wellington on the back leg.
Funny, those pitchers from right-handers into right-hand hitters, they sort of chase you, don't they? They're coming at you. 2-0 pitch. 3 balls and no strikes. Aaron Hill's on deck.
Absolutely green light for Wellington Castillo right here on the 3-0 pitch. Just make sure it's a strike.
Let him get into that like he did the Beef Wellington the other day. 3-1. Ball 4, the bases are loaded. As promised earlier, fans, let's take a look at our AZ Data Strong fan photo of the game as selected by Gonzo. Oh, Tabor, he's a big D-backs fan. Big time D-back Nation guy.
Beef mode sign.
Nice.
That's not the last one of those we're going to see.
Gonzo continues to clean up. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Get those beef signs going this weekend against the Reds. Bases loaded, 2 outs for Aaron Hill. Chance to break this thing open right here. Oh, 2. Aaron had a big at bat to win the 5th, 2nd and 3rd 2 outs, and he struck out looking. Took a fastball right down the middle from Gonzalez, and now he's down on Roark. No balls and 2 strikes. Good take there, 1 and 2. Overtone can't hang on. Aaron Hill still alive.
Just does get a piece of this slider to stay alive.
He did get a glove on it. It bounced off the ground and off. The umpire gave Morales back there. So it's still 1 and 2. Tomas would be next. He led off this inning with a single. Two and 2. Full count.
Beautiful thing. Love that 2-2 pitch out of the zone with 2 outs, bases loaded, everybody on the move here.
Jared Saltalamacchia is the runner at 3rd. A.J. Pollock at 2nd, and Wellington Castillo at 1st. You've got catchers in the corners here. 2 outs, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Did he go? He did not, says Trip Gibson. And Roark walks in a run. 5-2 D-backs.
We're pretty close from up here. Now Aaron was able to check. Nice job. Of course, everybody sees it with different eyes.
Well, Tomas, that gets us tacos now. Can you make tacos out of beef Wellington? Sure. We're gonna have to get on that. Diamondbacks have batted around. Tomas led off this inning with a single. He scored a run. He's 2 for 3 tonight. Boy, Aaron Hill has had some pretty good at-bats tonight. He's walked twice, and he's got an RBI sac fly. So even though he got the strikeout looking to win the 5th, he's done a pretty good job up there tonight in some big spots. The 0-1. 0-2. Already a 4-run Diamondback 6th. Strikes out Tomas with the bases loaded, but the D-backs get 4. It started off with a Nick Ahmed bunt, just trying to move some runners along. Barrett throws it away, and then Gerald Saltalamacchia came up with a big pinch hit RBI. 5-2 Diamondbacks in D.C. First 4 D-backs batters in the inning had singles. They all scored with the help of a critical throwing error by Aaron Barrett. And now as Bryce Harper is set to lead off the 6th inning for Washington, it's a 5-2 Diamondback lead. Ruby De La Rosa out of the ball game, and the new pitcher is David Hernandez, who had a rough 8th inning last night.
Yeah, the Diamondbacks actually had Oliver Perez up in the bullpen. We assumed to face Bryce Harper and then turn it over to David Hernandez to face the righties in this Nationals lineup, but with the 3-run lead, they go right to David Hernandez, and will save Oliver Perez possibly for another Bryce Harper at bat later in the game.
Harper will lead it off. David last night worked 2/3 of an inning. A walk to Zimmerman, a double to Worth, and a 2-run bloop single by Wilson Ramos. And the Nationals broke up a 3-3 tie in the 8th and won the game 5-4. Harper's walked and flied out. He's 0 for 1. And he is just 2 for 8 in the series so far. And he's walked twice and scored a run. Oh, Aaron Hill, hang on. Knocked it down, couldn't make a play, but Harper's aboard to lead off the 6th. They had the infield shaded way over toward the second base bag, and Harper hit right into it, but right at Aaron Hill.
Not many left-handed batters drive the ball that hard to the opposite field. The ball just clanked off the glove of Aaron Hill as he made that diving attempt. Rolled far enough away that Harper was able to reach.
Ryan Zimmerman drove in a run with a sacrifice fly back in the 1st. Strike 1. 0-2.
Those balls are in the middle of the plate. Zimmerman stands so far off that dish. I think he thought those balls were away, but they clearly caught plenty of the strike zone.
In that far back corner with that back foot. And Julio Franco batting stance. And he strikes out. One down in the 6th. Take a look at our Chevron upcoming pitching matchup. No TV tomorrow, radio only. The Nationals will not give us a 1 o'clock start tomorrow. It's a 4:05 local start. So we've got a cross-country flight after the later afternoon start. 1 o'clock back home in the great state of Arizona. Jeremy Hellickson and the younger brother of Tyson Ross. It's Joe Ross on the mound for Washington. So it's up to the Governor, Greg Schulte and Luis Gonzalez and Leo Gilmartin tomorrow, radio only. Worth backs up Tomas. 2 down. You can feel right now the frustration in this ballpark. It really is palpable. This is a frustrated team and fan base.
If the right guy for this Nationals team makes a key out at a big point in the ball game, you may see a major snap.
Danny Espinosa, they just have had such high expectations, and when they signed Max Scherzer, everyone said, well, that's it, they'll win the World Series now. They have the best rotation in the history of baseball. But, they've been banged up. They've done a great job all year long. They had key injuries all year long. Every guy, it seems, has missed a month here or there, 2 or 3 months at a time. And they've hung in very well here. But ironically, now that they have most of them back, not all of them, they're still without Span and Strasburg, but most of the guys are back. It's when the frustration is really hitting its boiling point here. They've lost their division lead in a playoff spot right now.
I think they realize that there's no excuses anymore. You got all your pieces back in place, and Matt Williams was saying it's going to take some of these guys some at bats until they get into the rhythm that most guys are at this time of the season. But all the pieces are in place. That great starting rotation, good tail end of the bullpen. They added Jonathan Papelbon, and now people are going to expect to see some winning baseball on a regular basis, including those guys sitting in the first base dugout.
Those expectations are not being met lately. They're only 5 over 500 at the start of play tonight. Danny Espinosa up 2-1. You got Papelbon from the Phillies at the deadline. They already had a very good closer in Drew Storen, so now the back end is really solidified. Roark was a great starting pitcher for them last year, but he lost his spot because they went out and got Scherzer.
Well, and in general, it's getting to be that time of year. Guys individually aren't having the kind of year they want to have all around baseball. Teams aren't quite where they want to be, and it's hot. Get frustrated. You'll start to see some bench clears. You'll start to see some guys get hit by pitch. You'll start to see guys firing bats and helmets after tough at bats. That frustration sets in the dog days.
Goldie, that's a fair ball. And they strand the leadoff single. Nice job by David Hernandez in that inning. 7th inning on the way. Diamondbacks have a 5-2 lead.
A busy day. I had the chance to catch up with a Hall of Famer and a senator. In fact, one-on-one today with Tony La Russa, talking about the Zach Godley move and the philosophy on some of the young pitchers. Also talked to Senator John McCain. He told me how much he really enjoyed being able to take some of the members of the Diamondbacks organization around the Capitol today. Also, his regrets on that foul ball that he missed earlier this season. You don't want to miss that. And post-game reaction, of course, on D-Backs Live and on our website, foxsportsarizona.com, from the Diamondbacks clubhouse, along with a little news on ASU's varsity hockey program, guys.
How about that? Sun Devils hockey. Who knew? Chris Owings leads off the 7th. Tanner Roark back out there. CO singled and scored a run as part of that 4-run D-back 6. These 1 for 3. Well, stop me if you've heard this before, but Owings is down 0-2. This is something we've talked a lot about with Chris lately. It seems like he's been 0-2 since spring training. But he's got 6 hits in his 7 games on the road trip and 4 RBIs. Bidding for another base hit here. Worth, though, has it near the line, and that's the first out.
You know, partner, I talk all the time about a pitcher and their ability to lead a hitter out of the strike zone. A perfect example, David Hernandez against Ryan Zimmerman here. Curveball for a called strike on the inside corner. Curveball for a called strike right down the middle of the plate. So now you lead him out of the strike zone. Started on that outer third of the plate, break it out of the zone. Zimmerman couldn't take it, couldn't hit it.
Is that how you set a guy up? We always hear that.
Yeah. You see the rotation on that same curveball that you've taken twice for a called strike, and then you end up chasing it right out of the zone. That's about the best curveball we've seen from David this year. He really commanded it well in that inning.
Well, up until last night, he had looked very good since he came off the DL back from Tommy John surgery. Oh, 0-2 on Nick Ahmed. Addison Reed. Backs are going to have to piece together 4 solid innings out of a tired bullpen here tonight. Hernandez has already worked a scoreless 6th. 1-2. Alan Webster is back there again. They have shored up the bullpen, added another fresh arm. Zach Godley assigned to AA Mobile today, although Zach is still here. And Webster up from AAA Reno.
When I was working in Chicago, partner, I used to talk to their pitching coach Larry Rothschild quite a bit. He's the pitching coach for Joe Girardi in New York right now, and he used to talk all the time about a pitcher establishing that you will throw strikes and then throw pitches that give the appearance of a strike. And it really seemed like it made a lot of sense. If you can establish that you're going to be a strike thrower and you can command the ball within the zone, and hitters realize that, now you throw pitches that look like they're going to be strikes. Splitters at the bottom of the zone, sliders just off the outside corner, sinkers just off the inside corner, and that's when you start getting weak contact.
Foul ball. Well, the other part of that equation might be this. Patrick Corbin is a well-known strike thrower, and everybody knows that he's on a pitch count with the Tommy John. And he knows he's going to come out throwing strikes. The Nationals last night seemed very ready for that.
Yeah, they were ready. And Patrick, to his credit, was throwing strikes. Unfortunately, a lot of them caught way too much of the plate, and the Nationals made him pay. You know, and if you're Patrick Corbin and Mike Harkey, maybe next time out, you know, because Patrick's next start, that team has watched that video. They've watched a lot of Patrick Corbin. They know he likes to jump ahead in the count. He likes to throw strikes early. So, you know, maybe you mix in a few more off-speed pitches early in the ball game. Maybe you push a couple hitters off the plate early in the ball game just to make them uncomfortable. Every one of these pitches right in the middle of the plate.
This is to start off the ball game. Escobar homer, Rendon singled, Harper doubled, and then Zimmerman the RBI single.
I mean, all strikes, but hittable strikes in the middle of the plate.
Roark strikes out Ahmed, 2 down.
I really think, and I haven't talked to Tony La Russa about this, I'm going to have to pull him aside one day and ask him, but I really think that was one of the strengths of Dave Duncan as a pitching coach. I mean, obviously a real good mechanical nuts and bolts pitching coach, but planning your attack against a team based on what you did last time out, what you did the last time you faced that team, and making sure you don't repeat what you've done in the recent past.
Jake Lamb will hit for the pitcher, 289 and 4 homers, having an excellent road trip. And looking the best he's looked at the plate right now since before the foot injury back in April. He has really looked good. His 3rd straight 2-hit game last night. And he's 10 for 28 on the road trip. 2 doubles, 2 homers, 5 RBIs. A good August so far. And Jake's ahead 2-0. Center field. Right to Michael A. Taylor. And Roark settles in a 1-2-3-7 stretch time in Nash Park. Diamondbacks have a 5-2 lead. Sorry, Gio. Those are the Cox Gig Live high-speed highlights. Diamondbacks have out hit the Nationals 12-3, and they lead at 5-2. All 12 D-backs hits, singles. And after David Hernandez worked the scoreless 6th, it's Addison Reed on to start the 7th. Lower third of the Nationals order duo.
Reed with 2 clean innings in the first game of this series in relief of Zach Godley. Struck out 1 batter, otherwise zeros across the board in his 2 innings of work.
Jose Lobaton. This is Addison Reed's 4th appearance since coming back from AAA Reno, where he pitched very well. And he's pitched very well since he's been back. 5 innings, only 3 hits, 1 run allowed. No walks and 6 strikeouts. When Addison was at Reno pitching for Phil Nevin, he made 11 appearances, had 5 saves, and pitched to a 1.74 ERA. And the velocity has consistently been right about where it was when we first saw Addison Reed, which is 94, 95-ish when he wants it. 2-2 now. Three and 2 on Lobaton. Taylor's on deck. Pitcher spot after that. This is out to right center. Tomas. One away.
Time to take a look at our State Farm report tonight. An interesting one in King County the other day. South Bend, which is a farm club of the Chicago Cubs, their starting pitcher, Eric Leal, went 9 innings, did not allow a base hit, only walked 1 batter, came away with a no decision as Kane County won 1-0 in 12 innings, even though Kane County only had 2 hits in the ballgame. Wei J. Wang continues to roll, 5 scoreless innings, allowed only 2 base hits. Zach Curtis with his 24th save in that ballgame.
That one goes through Aaron Hill. Ahmed knocks it down, but can't corral it, and Taylor's aboard. A base hit for Taylor. And just the 4th hit for Washington. And now with a pitcher spot up, we'll get a pinch hitter. It's Clint Robinson. Robinson, 268 and 4 home runs. And 5 for 21 as a pinch hitter this year. There's a strike, 0-1. Robinson got the start here Monday in the opener, singled and walked. Diamondbacks have the overshift on. They overload the right-hand side. Aaron Hill, the third baseman, behind second base ump Brian Gorman. There's the strike, 0-2.
Well, I'll tell you, among other things, Addison Reed in that slide step has really changed his delivery with runners on base. We talked about it earlier this season before his demotion to Reno. This is the first time they'd ever caught a base stealer when he was on the mound in his career. Got him to shorten up, use that slide step with runners on base, especially those guys that are a threat to steal. And I think it's helped his stuff. You know, he doesn't stand out there and stare at the catcher's glove for 15 seconds before delivering the pitch. Gets his sign, goes into the set position, uses that slide step, and just unloads the ball quickly to home plate.
1 out Taylor at first, 0-2 on Robinson. Missed inside, 1-2. But Robinson last year was a Dodger. Signed with Washington in December. Played in only 9 games with LA. Spent most of last season at AAA Albuquerque. Long set by Addy here, and Dave Morales calls time. Keep Taylor close. He's a good base runner. 12 for 15 in his stolen base attempts this year. He's got good speed.
Yeah, leads the Nationals with those 12 stolen bases. Wouldn't figure to be a situation you try to steal a bag. You'd like to let the pinch hitter go ahead and swing the bat here, but we'll see how Matty and the Nats play it.
Taylor bluffs and Robinson pulls it foul.
I mean, he always used the high leg kick, brought his knee up to his chest, kind of hovered for a moment before striding toward home plate, and opposing base stealers just took liberties on Addison Reed.
Taylor really leaning toward that second base bag. He holds it first. That one's foul. Yeah, but it's one thing to change everything and keep the runners closer, Bob, but it's also, right, got to work for the pitcher mechanically when he delivers the pitch.
Oh, sure. I mean, that's the bottom line. The most important thing is executing your pitches, hitting your spots, making sure you have the movement you're looking for on your delivery. And yeah, if you're so concerned with the base runner that you lose that aspect of your game, it doesn't really do you a lot of good to hold base runners because they're going to be hitting the ball in the seats.
Two and two. Diamondback bullpen quiet right now. Nationals bullpen is busy. A bouncer to shortstop. Ahmed, Hill, and Goldie. They can't roll it. Robinson beats it out. They almost turned the rare 6-5-3 on that one. But they get the lead man Taylor 2 down.
And slowly hit chopper to Nick Ahmed. Gets it to Aaron Hill in good shape. But with Taylor's speed, he is right on top of Aaron as he tried to turn that double play. Couldn't get much on the throw.
That'll bring up the leadoff man, Yunel Escobar, who has doubled and scored a run. He walked his last time up with his whole thing going on there. Let's make sure he's got the right gloves on. I mean, can you imagine the chaos that would ensue if he actually hit with his running gloves?
Man,
that's just a world gone mad. Out to right center, and that falls for a base hit. Robinson takes the turn and heads for third. And the Nationals get the tying run to the plate with 2 down. It's Anthony Rendon.
And another plate appearance for Yunel Escobar, swinging at that first offering from Addison Reed. Middle cut fastball. You know this guy better than that by now. You either have to locate that fastball well or throw him something other than a fastball on the first pitch.
You got Robinson at third, Escobar at first. Rendon has walked and scored and singled. He's 1 for 2. This is only the second bat all night for the Nationals with runners in scoring position. They are 0 for 1 so far. Runs him off with a fastball for strike 1.
Good spot that time, starting the at bat to Rendon. Little cutter right out there on that outside corner.
This is the guy you want to get because you've got Harper on deck. Bounce that one, a ball and a strike.
Beef digging it out back there. Dirt dog.
Harper would be next. Big cut at that one, 1-2. Got that one up and out over the plate.
Sorry, sir, it's not going to work for you tonight. Rally cap, it's broken.
Hey, maybe we should do one of those waves. 1-2. Wellington Castillo hangs on. Reed strikes out Rendon and strands two. He keeps it a 5-2 lead. Here's what's next, brought to you by CenturyLink. We'll see Goldie so far, 3 hits.
Gwynn goes 6 for 7 against the Giants, the 4th time this season that he's gotten at least 5 hits in a ball game, which tied him with Ty Cobb and Stan Musial for most 5-hit or more games in one season. Geez, I thought he would have had more. Seems like he had that many against us alone.
Ender Inciarte will lead off the 8th inning. So here's the left-hander Matt Thornton. A 2.19 ERA in 36 appearances. Escobar will come in a couple of steps on the grass at third. Ender a single in the third. He's 1 for 4. And there's strike one. There is no right-hander throwing in the Nationals bullpen. You've got Pollock and Goldie due up next. And Ender slaps it the other way. That one is a fair ball down the left field line. And it rolls into the corner. Inciarte hustling. He's going to try for 3 here. And he is in there. Ender Inciarte. That's his 3rd triple. He just kind of stole an extra 90 feet there. His Worth was very slow digging that one out of that left field corner.
Yeah, the scouting report coming into this series was that you could run on Jason Worth out there in left field. He has not been throwing the ball well at all. By the time he corrals this one down in that left field corner, Ender Inciarte has a full head of steam. Play is right in front of him. He decides he can make it to third base and easily does advance an extra 90 feet.
That's the Diamondbacks' 13th hit tonight, and the first one that has not been a single. And now the infield will come in with Inciarte at third and A.J. Pollock up there. A.J. has 2 hits and a stolen base. He scored a run. This place is crickets right now. Absolute crickets. You can hear them because you can't hear any of the fans except for the boos.
Now, a lot of the 37,000 plus that were here at the beginning of the ball game have taken their Chia Pet and headed home.
Exactly right. I mean, it had good crowds here. 30,000 on Monday, 26 last night, 37 plus tonight to get the Jason Worth Chia Pet. But the game has lost its allure for some of those 37,000. Not so much for the Diamondbacks, who can clinch a winning road trip with a win in this ball game tonight. And considering the geography involved and the fact that you're playing 2 first-place teams out of the 3, 6 wins on this trip is very, very good. But you got to get those final 6 outs first. Right to Espinosa. 1 away. Here's Goldie.
Just buzzard luck that time for A.J. Pollock. You've got the infield playing in. They have very little range with their toes on the infield grass there, and unfortunately hit it right at the shortstop in his tracks.
Goldie 3 singles and 2 stolen bases. Now 19 steals on the year, a new career high. Two and 0.
Scattered empty seats here.
Told you it was quiet in here.
You were right.
Goldie aboard for the 4th time. I'm not sure those are real crickets, but you get the gist. Yeesh. Beef Wellington. Fly ball, deep left center field. There it goes, way back and gone. Wellington Castillo is at it again. That's his 13th, a 3-run homer, and it's 8-2 Diamondbacks. Beef mode.
I'll tell you, he does not hit any cheapies. When he makes good solid contact, that ball goes a long way. Good fastball from Matt Thornton, up and out over the plate, right off the barrel of Wellington Castillo's bat, way out of here to left center.
I mean, Michael Taylor in center took 2 or 3 steps, and that was it. See you later. Or as Bob Carpenter might say, see you later.
Ooh, that was big right there. A little breathing room.
Been waiting for that one all night long. Diamondbacks going into the inning had 12 hits, all of them singles. But here in the 8th, a triple by Inciarte, and now a 3-run homer by Beef Wellington. 8-2 D-backs. And now you can't even hear the crickets. Aaron Hill, 2 walks, a sac fly, and 2 RBIs. This one's headed for the corner and left, and he just missed it. A bouncer to Espinosa at shortstop. 2 down. Well, more bad news for Nats fans. Marlins trying to come back, but they lose at home. The Mets win at 8-6, and they began tonight 1 game up on the Nationals for the lead in the NL East. Matt Williams' team, if they lose this one, will be 2 games back, and that will not sit well here in D.C. Yasmani Tomas, 2 hits and 2 strikeouts. This is in the air, close to the right field line. A long run for Harper in foul ground, and he's got it. Wellington Castillo, he's got 13 homers this year, 11 of them as a Diamondback. He has tied his career high. Let's all eat some beef Wellington. It's 8-2 Diamondbacks. In part by Oregano's Pizza Bistro, your neighborhood pizza joint. We are athletic supporters. By Card Power from Arizona Federal Credit Union. Now that's the power of us. And by Hayward Pool Products. For crystal clear pool water, choose the world's best-selling salt chlorination system, Aqua. It's the lovely fountains here in Washington, D.C. Been a fountain of offense for the Diamondbacks. 14 hits, 12 of them singles, and one of them was a Wellington Castillo 3-run homer, his 13th of the year, his 11th as a Diamondback. And now it's a bullpen game here. David Hernandez worked a scoreless 6th, Madison Reed a scoreless 7th, and Oliver Perez will work the 8th.
Remember our keys to the game today, one of them was 5 and dive for Gio Gonzalez, and that held true.
Check.
And the other one was you're up at the top of the order for a reason. Those guys in the 1 through 4 spots in the lineup, a combined 9 for 18 tonight.
Bryce Harper hits one a mile up in the air but foul. So you went 2 for 2 in your keys to the game. Everybody's hot tonight.
Red hot.
Goldie had 3 hits and a walk. There it is, our Arizona Federal Credit Union power players of the game. As Bob Brenly pointed out at the start of the broadcast, this was a key. The 1 through 4 hitters, 9 for 18 tonight, with 3 RBIs and 4 runs scored. 0-1 on Harper. And the other part of the equation for the Diamondbacks in this series has been this guy up here at the plate. He has been relatively quiet. He's got a walk and a single tonight, 1 for 2. So he's 3 for 9 in the series. He's got a double, a couple of walks. He's only scored 1 run.
And Oliver Perez has the pink slip on Bryce Harper. 3 at bats, 3 strikeouts.
0-2. The full El Tiante. And he got him. The shimmy and the shake and the whole thing.
You know what we say about pitchers and their ability to repeat their mechanics? You can throw all that out the window with Oliver Perez. None of it applies. He just makes things up while he's out there on the mound.
And he often tells us he makes up his mind what he's going to do as he's starting his motion. He doesn't think about it. He just kind of goes with the flow. And he's flowing tonight. Ryan Zimmerman looks at strike one. Hard to believe that this game started off, and it just shows you about the ebbs and flows of a 9-inning baseball game. The Nationals had the bases loaded with no outs to start the ball game. And it looked like the Diamondbacks would be in for a long night, but Ruby De La Rosa gave up 2 runs, so for the most part limited the damage there. And then for the rest of the ball game, it was outstanding. He gave up only 1 hit after that first inning, a single. 1 hit and 1 walk after that rough first. But as a result, he could only go 5 innings. And the bullpen so far has done a good job. And it's a lot easier here for Ollie with an 8-2 lead. Called strike 3, rings him up. 2 strikeouts for Oliver Perez. And Ryan Zimmerman not happy with Gabe Morales back there.
Maybe nip that inside corner, but Ryan Zimmerman has had issues all night long with his strike zone. I mentioned he's a lot farther off the plate than I remember him in the past, and I think maybe his bearings are just off a little bit in that right-handed batter's box.
Here's Jason Worth on his Chia Pet night. He had an RBI sac fly in the first. He's 0 for 2. And just came off the DL last Tuesday after he suffered a broken bone in his left wrist. He was hit by a pitch, and while he was rehabbing in AAA, he was playing for the Syracuse Chiefs, coming back from the wrist injury. And one night he went to dinner, so he found a place called the Black Sheep, and the bill was about $180. He had a nice meal, but he left the waitress a $100 tip, and it created quite a stir up there. It got a write-up in the Buffalo News, and the waitress, whose name is Jessica, of course she's actually an actress, not making that up. She had no idea who Jason Worth was, no clue. And so she got the tip, $100, and took a picture of it and put it up on social media and said, "Thanks, Jason Worth. You have a real cool beard. You're a really nice guy. I've been told you're a good baseball player." That was a nice gesture by Jason Worth. Some good guy points there.
Good guy points, absolutely.
You tip like that all the time. It's not news. I don't know why it's such a big deal.
Cup of coffee at Starbucks. I drop 100 down all the time. Just walk away.
Another $103 cup of coffee. 2-2. Oliver Perez strikes out the side. He gets 3, 4, and 5. Harper, Zimmerman, and Worth all on strikeouts. We go to the 9th. It's 8-2 D-backs. this week. The New York Derby. Actually, it's New York Derby. That's the way they say it in England, the Derby. As the Red Bulls take on New York City FC, 4 o'clock on Fox Sports 1, sponsored by Audi. The New York Derby, Red Bulls and City FC at 4 o'clock. Ninth inning in D.C. Diamondbacks have an 8-2 lead. New pitcher for the Nationals, the left-hander, Felipe Rivero. One of the top left-hand pitching prospects in the National system. And you can see why. 19 appearances, a 1.93 ERA.
Strike thrower, 23 1/3 innings pitched, 23 strikeouts, only 3 base on balls.
It's a good baseball name. Felipe Rivero. Chris Owings is single. He scored a run in the 6th. He's 1 for 4. 95. These people did not look happy. Probably from driving. You ever driven around in this city? It's impossible.
Yeah, I just ride the team bus to the ballpark and back. That's the only time I ever get on the highways.
It's the only way you can do it. There's rotaries and U-turns. You know, you got to go down there, but you got to pull a U-turn and come back the other way and then take the second exit. That's what they tell you.
Yeah. Every other block, there's a motorcade of black SUVs flying by, and you got to just stop and let them do their thing.
We should get you one of those, a motorcade. You should have that.
I agree.
You can sponsor it. Get you a motorcade deal. That one hit Owings. Theo seems to be okay.
It always makes you wonder when a guy comes into the ball game that apparently has very good command, only 3 walks on the season, pounding away at the strike zone. Chris Owings took a couple of big swings and suddenly gets hit by a pitch. Things that make you go,
Nick Ahmed singled and scored in the 6th, 1 for 4.
Hey, talking about motorcades, one of my lasting memories of the World Series in '01 was making it from Yankee Stadium to Midtown Manhattan in about 10 minutes.
You sound like George Costanza.
We had a fleet of motorcycles. And I mean, they would block off the street 2 or 3 or 4 blocks in advance, and then as soon as we passed one, they would speed by us and go up the road and block another street.
Popped up behind second base. Rendon has it.
And you know, the people of New York, I think they over the years have figured out, you know, these buses going down the street, these are the ball players. So man, were we hearing at every street corner. It was like a parade, except they were booing us. But man, did we make it back to the hotel in a hurry.
But Pennington will hit for the pitcher. Well, we get the motorcycle escort leaving some cities occasionally, the 2-team buses. And it is amazing. You know, the motorcycle cop runs up, as you said, and blocks off traffic. You ride by on the bus looking down. And then the next thing you know, the same motorcycle officer is whizzing by the bus to get up the next intersection and do it all again.
Yeah, especially on those getaway days at rush hour, you know, when it's tough for anybody to get from point A to point B, and they make it a lot easier for us to get to the airport, get on that bird, and head to the next city.
Yeah, you're trying to get out of Chicago on an afternoon to get up to O'Hare. Good luck.
Forget about it.
0-2 on Penny. Two on Pennington. It's like Daniel Hudson warming in the Diamondback bullpen. So Huddy will get the 9th. And he had a A rough night here on Monday. Gave up 5 hits on 8 pitches. So we're looking for a bounce back inning here tonight. 2-2. Felipe Rivera. Cliff 2 for 11, couple of walks on this road trip. He's a switch hitter, doesn't get a ton of chances to hit right-handed. Look at the looks of the faces of the people behind him. They're not happy. Oh. Again. They're done. They're gone. And he's got a base hit. Knocks it into right. 2 on and 1 out. Next Wednesday, August 12th, Diamondbacks host the Phillies. It's an afternoon ball game at Chase Field. First pitch 12:40. And fans, you can get a matinee discount when you buy your tickets online at dbacks.com/matinee. Now that's a great deal. I mean, save your air conditioning. You got a day game. Come on down, give you a break on the tickets, and spend the afternoon with us watching Diamondback baseball. dbacks.com/matinee. You'll get a break on the price.
What could be better than that?
D-backs fans here in D.C. 2 on, 1 out for Ender. He has singled, tripled, and scored a run. 2 for 5. Diamondbacks now with 15 hits. There's a strike. 95 in there. 1-1. Ender has started every game on this road trip. He's got 9 hits in 9 games.
I'm just going to say that Wednesday matinee, you know, I'm pretty sure SKUL is starting soon.
I think somebody needs to go back to SKUL.
Well, for some of the students out there, this may be their last opportunity to get out to the ballpark and catch a day game.
Check out the Fightin' Phils. Still lost in Candy Crush.
Candy Crush, yeah. They're at bat with a runner in scoring position for the Diamondbacks. They started this ball game 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position with 4 looking strike threes. Since then, they're 3 for 6. Going to make it 4 for 7 right here.
2-2 pitch. It's full. Attitude. Not so much. Nationals in the 9th will have Espinosa, Lobatone, and Taylor due up. 6, 7, 8 against what looks like Daniel Hudson. Another 3-2 to Inciarte. He slaps it the other way. Worth near the line, and it drops in front. That's a fair ball. Owings had to hold up, and the Diamondbacks have the bases loaded. Their 16th hit. And it's a 3-hit night for Inciarte.
Well, using that opposite field effectively tonight. Fell behind in the count a couple times in this ball game and just fouled off pitch after pitch after pitch, and then flipped it out there on that left field line for a base hit.
Steve McCaddy out there. Nationals bullpen is still quiet, and their fans are too. You think there is a Strasburg effect hangover from when they shut him down a few years ago?
I don't know so much if it affects the players. I think a lot of the fans still have a bone to pick with the organization for what they did with Steven Strasburg in that playoff run. But I think the players, they get over things pretty quickly.
Strasburg is on the DL right now. Has had some minor league rehab starts and was throwing here this afternoon.
Now, those within the organization like to call him a Lamborghini, because it takes a lot of maintenance and a lot of care, and you got to be very careful with him. Those outside the organization call him an orchid.
Tony Kornheiser, your thoughts? A.J. Pollock, 2 singles and a run scored. He's also got a stolen base. Bases loaded, 1 out. Owings at third, Pennington at second, and Inciarte at first.
Got a balk.
And we got a balk. 9-2. The Diamondbacks have scored 9 times as Rivero balks in a run.
Yep, he started and stopped. This kind of ball game that will have a manager call a team meeting afterwards. There's some sloppy play from the Nationals tonight, some very uninspired at bats. I don't think Matt Williams likes to have team meetings. You know, he's old school. Go out there and play the game. You're a professional. You're getting paid a lot of money to go out there and do your thing. Well, act like a professional.
Came inside hard again and missed at 96, 1-2.
I'm looking at Rivero, and physically from up here he bears a slight resemblance to Aroldis Chapman. Tall, string bean left-hander. It's funny to say he's throwing 95, 96. He doesn't throw nearly as hard as Chapman.
Diamondbacks with 4 in the 6th, 3 in the 8th, 1 more here in the 9th, and still threatening. 1-2 pitch.
Yeah, we like to document Paul Goldschmidt and his stance in that on-deck circle. He's kind of been searching for that lucky spot on the third base side of the field. Tonight, I think he's found it. Kind of tucked in that little corner there. There's a doorway that goes up into the stands, and that's where he's been standing before every at-bat tonight.
Not really a railing that he can put his foot up against like he likes to do.
And he tries to position himself in exactly the same angle that he will take in the batter's box.
Missed away, 2-2. That is a foul ball. Very close. Trip Gibson says foul. And it stays 2-2. There you go.
just resting his eyes.
Gonna wake up, the ballpark's going to be empty.
Maybe he was visualizing like Goldie does on the bench.
Well, he's standing right in front of the guy, so maybe Rivero's getting a little frustrated out there. That guy's all by himself down the end. First row behind home plate. I think there's a chance that's Toronto Mayor Rob Ford.
Sleeping one off.
Have to get another check. AJ gets a piece of that. Oh, Mr. Mayor, there you go. What happened? What did I miss? 9-2. This wouldn't happen to the Blue Jays. Tenth pitch of the at-bat coming up. He's going to go back to sleep.
He acts like he doesn't know where he is.
Why not? That's a fair ball. Escobar's got no play. Pennington sneaks in from third. And it's 10-2 Diamondbacks. That's an RBI single for Pollock, his third hit tonight. He'll take it.
Yes, he will. I mean, that was a good battling at bat there. You'd like it to end with a line drive base hit somewhere, but you will definitely take that swing and bunt for an RBI.
And Williams going to make a double switch. Tyler Moore, the outfielder, first baseman, is going to come in and pitch. It's not a double switch. We're going to a position player on the mound. So Tyler Moore. Every position player's dream, a chance to come in and pitch in a major league game. The nightmare, though, is that Tyler Moore will face Paul Goldschmidt in a 10-2 game. His first career appearance as a pitcher at any level of professional baseball, majors or minors. And he throws ball one. Tyler Moore, a first baseman and outfielder. A 16th round pick by the Nationals in 08 out of Mississippi State. His major league pitching debut, and Goldie hits a slow roller to Escobar, and they get the force at second. They can't get the out at first. A run scores, and it's 11-2 Diamondbacks. And they're going crazy here in D.C. Well, he came into a ball game. Mayor Ford is leaving.
Oh, he has civic duties to attend to.
I mean, Tyler Moore came in and got one out anyway. And now he has hit Wellington Castillo.
Obviously, Matt Williams just wants to save his arms in the bullpen in a blowout ball game. Doesn't want to extend anybody past their limits. So this is something no manager likes to do. But ideally, it takes some of the edge off a really ugly loss. I think back to the time we had Mark Grace pitch and Steve Finley pitch, and guys actually went home from the ballpark laughing after the game, even though we took a serious beating in both of those games.
Aaron Hill lines it right to Rendon at second and makes a nice play. And Tyler Moore comes in, gets a couple of outs and a standing ovation. But the Diamondbacks have an 11-2 lead. Innings, our Chaz Roberts air conditioning cool plays of the game was Oliver Perez. He worked the eighth and he got Harper, Zimmerman, and Worth on strikes. He struck out the side in order. Our Chaz Roberts cool plays of the game from the veteran left-hander.
And a different delivery on every pitch he threw in that inning. Well, you know, there are some nights you can tell Ollie's really feeling it out there. You know, does the full Tiante and then paints that outside corner with a fastball. I mean, he was walking off the mound. That curveball wasn't even halfway to home plate yet, and he turned and walked off the mound, kind of like Tiger Woods used to do on a putt when he knew it was going to go in. He just started following the ball to the hole.
Well, a chance now for Daniel Hudson to bounce back after a rough appearance here Monday night. Huddy gave up 4 runs on 5 hits in a span of 8 pitches. But the Diamondbacks held on and won at 6-4 as Brad Ziegler came on and nailed down his 19th save. So Hudson will work to Espinosa, Lobaton, and Taylor, 6-7-8-2 up in the Nationals ninth. 11-2 Diamondbacks. They have out-hit Washington 17-5. And Espinosa lifts this out to Tomas. A quick 1-pitch, 1-out for Huddy. There's a Lobaton. This is the 6th time the Diamondbacks have scored at least 10 runs this year. Last time June 29th against the Dodgers. Told you that the Mets are already won in Miami, so Washington will drop 2 back in the NL East, and they're 3 back, Bob, in the wild card. Diamondbacks still very much in the conversation. This win will make them 52 and 54 on the year. And Washington is going to drop to just 4 over 500. That's not what they were expecting. Dodgers won. 4-3 at Philadelphia. Not easy being a Nats fan, little dude. One and two now. D-backs chasing the Dodgers and the Giants in the NL West. Both those teams won tonight. LA 4-3 winners at Philly. Giants at Atlanta, they beat the Braves 6-1. The Pirates holding on to that first wild card spot. 7-5 winners at the Cubs. They got the win at Wrigley. Lobaton drops that into right center, a base hit.
Chip Hale, you have to be excited about what your pitchers have been able to do so far in this series. And if you're Matt Williams, you have to be really disappointed in your offense. They've only scored in 4 of the 25 innings played so far in this series. They scored 4 in the 9th inning on Monday, 3 in the 1st and 2 in the 8th last night, and 2 in the 1st tonight. Otherwise, it's been crickets.
Michael A. Taylor gives this one a ride, and that ball is way out of here. 10th of the year for Taylor, and it's an 11-4 ball game. That's out there just shy of that Red Porch restaurant in left center field.
Right down the middle. Well, which unfortunately is what you want Daniel Hudson to do with a big lead in the ball game late. Just throw strikes, make them put the ball in play, trust that your defense will make plays behind you. But that time Michael Taylor got some lift on one.
Well, here's the beauty of having Tyler Moore pitch. He can hit for himself in the pitcher spots. 208 and 4 home runs. He has struck out in a pair of pinch hit appearances in the series. One and one. Roll foul, ball and 2 strikes. Again, no TV tomorrow. Series finale, a 1:05 start Arizona time. 4:05 start here in D.C. Jeremy Hellickson for the Diamondbacks and Joe Ross for the Nationals. Younger brother of the Padres, Tyson Ross. Reaches out and rolls it to shortstop. Ahmed is there. 2 down. Brings up Yudel Escobar, and I wonder if he'll swing at the first pitch.
He probably will. I mean, Espinosa swung at the first pitch here in the inning. Lobaton saw 4 pitches, swung at 3 of them. That's another thing that's kind of gone by the boards. It used to be when you were behind by a ton of runs in a ball game, you took until you got a strike. You need base runners. You take a walk. You want guys to get on base, and that doesn't happen so much anymore. I think the thinking is, if you're the team that's behind, the other team is just going to try to jump ahead and throw strikes. So why not jump on that first pitch? That's what the Nationals have tried to do here in the 9th.
There it is. Almost falls over and yanks it foul. Diamondback Live post-game show follows our ball game. Reaction from the clubhouse, and the Diamondbacks will go to 6-3 on this 10-game, 3-city road trip with the finale here tomorrow afternoon. And that you would have signed up for in spades before you started the trip. A sweep in Seattle. 1-1 in Houston. And they have won 2 of 3 so far here in D.C. Over the mound, this should do it. Nick Ahmed behind the bag, and the Diamondbacks win it 11-4. They out-hit the Nationals 17-7 and they assure themselves of a winning record on this 10-game road trip.